to mine was I was being a shitty kid. But that's probably not fair to me.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been your parents. And it did, just by the by, of course, I mean, it just always amazes me how parents can play with you.
Yeah, so I was kicked over there.
And your brother stayed, right?
Yeah, my brother's like,
And how was your brother doing at this point in his life?
no better. He's doing better.
Okay, and so how long did you live with your grandmother for?
Oh, I don't remember. I think it was months. It must be more than a few months because I remember like the commute to school at that point would take 2 hours, one trip.
Man, you must have been
And I
exhausted.
would, yeah, I had to get up at the crack of dawn just to like catch up to like, yeah, just to get over there. And then
Yeah, a lot of people don't understand that smart people often don't sleep very well or deeply because our brains don't really turn off. And so anything that, like this, right? I'm actually pretty good with sleep, but a lot of people are not who are high IQ. And so they don't realize that, you know, particularly in high school, you're going to get up early, just losing sleep, and you're exhausted.
yeah, and so when I get to school and the teachers given their credit, they would try, they really would, but I wouldn't listen. I just wouldn't, and I was just unruly, and then
Take this shit year after year after year. And I didn't want to. And so is this for me? It's not for me. It's for those in power. The children are kept in school so the school can get paid. And the teacher can get paid. And the children are kept there so that they can be controlled and indoctrinated and not bother their parents. It's got nothing to do with what is best for the kids. Because, of course, if it was about what was best for the kids, all the educators would be running all the studies known to man about how best to educate children, what's most interesting, what's most exciting. Like the last thing that little boys want to do is sit like a bunch of retarded zombies in rows of desks while some woman scratches away on a whiteboard or a blackboard. Like that is the last thing. Can you imagine? You ever get together with your friends when you're a little boy and say, you know what? Let's sit together in rows and have someone teach us geometry. It's inconceivable. It absolutely. Yeah, kids love to learn. They want to learn. They're hungry to learn. And so you can't believe that any of this is for you. Because school is a, you know, maybe not so much where you are, but in most places in the West, school is a semi-violent prison where you're kept there in order to be bored. It's a humiliation ritual to be
all quiet. Yeah, because my this is kind of a bombshell. So here we go. I wasn't supposed to be studying. All right. How should I say this? Sorry. Let me start this again. My mother didn't have to pay because I was studying in a governmental school in the UK.
Okay, so you just basically went to a regular old government school in the UK.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And she paid rent, but the living expenses was. There were periods of time in which there would be no money for food. Let me put it this way.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, along like heating was not it's like in the UK those heating you have to put like it's really expensive because they have one of those meters where you have to pay for electricity.
Oh yeah, no, I remember. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and yeah, that's true.
I mean, if a woman lets you pay for going out, that's a date. I mean, you don't do that with male friends, do you? Just pay for them all the time?
No.
Okay, so do you think it's true that she got a boyfriend, or do you think she just said that because she didn't want you as her boyfriend, for whatever reason?
No, I think she did get a boyfriend.
Okay,
Because
so if she got a
asked
boyfriend,
about-
then she's a liar and an exploiter. I'm happy to hear the counter arguments, but I can't imagine any that would hold.
I was just beating myself up for like not being fast enough and didn't make a fast move. No, I got no arguments there because it's been running on my mind too. Like it's been going on in my mind. Like, oh, hold on, like you can't expect me to believe that you're naive enough to like go out with me and like I take you on dates and take this step. We were planning on going on a trip together too. And at that point, I was like, okay, before we move this further, let's confirm that we're boyfriend and girlfriend before we go there, But
What, did you kiss her? Did you try to kiss her? Okay. Did you hold her hand?
Nope.
Did you try to hold her hand? Okay. And listen, I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I'm just trying to understand the mechanics. It's been a long time since I was in the dating market.
Oh, you saying that does not make me feel any better.
No, I don't want you to feel bad. I want you to get mad. I don't want you to feel bad. I missed the opportunity to be the liar's boyfriend. Oh no, how terrible. Oh, how sad. This woman who exploits me and lies to me and lies to her boyfriend. Oh, I could have been with her. Are you shitting me? How old was she?
She was 19.
Oh, bro. Why is he going out with a woman almost half your age? Grace says, yeah, I'd love to be your girlfriend and your boyfriend and girlfriend and you date and you go on your trips and whatever it is, right? And then she says, when am I going to meet your parents? And your brother? And how do you feel when she asks that?
I would be, honestly, I would say, yeah, come meet them.
And what was my question?
When, right? So
No. What was my question? I'm trying not to be a nag, but I just want to make sure.
Okay,
You just got to yanked out right there. So what was my question?
Alright, what was the question? Yeah.
How would you feel when she asked to meet your parents?
I would feel good. Like she's serious. Okay, so like come meet them.
Oh, come on, man. Oh, no.
I'm being 100% honest. Like,
I am not faulting you. I am not faulting you for your honesty at all. But this is the
because I also have the reason for it too, because I know my mom put a great front and I know my dad, like I know they can put a great front and it's gonna be like, yeah. And then but then me realizing saying this, I already know, oh shit, that's just lying.
Well, okay.
I think she points out.
So hang on. So how, with Grace, how honest will you be about your childhood? Or to put it another way, let's say that Grace has already heard this conversation. And she knows that your parents neglected you, abandoned you, bullied you, hit you, starved you, underfunded you, you name it. And were criminally negligent in how they raised their children. And then she says, and then you say, come meet my parents. What's she gonna think?
You might not like,
You think?
but
What
I
if
think
Grace's parents treated her the way your parents treated you as a child? Where you said your childhood was, and I quote, hell. Would you like Grace's parents, if you love Grace, and they were the two people who've done her the most harm by far in her life? Let's say you're walking down the street with Grace, and some guy out of nowhere hits her with some bamboo sticks. Right?
oh, we'll be fighting.
Oh, no, because what if he put on a really good spread and was kind of charming? Wouldn't you want to be friends with the guy?
No, I'll hit him so fast.
Okay, so it's outrageous to hit an adult, but you chat every other day with your father who hit you as a child. So Grace, I mean, you'd beat the hell out of somebody who hit him with a bamboo stick. But you get along well with your dad. Help me understand this riddle. I don't follow it.
Because his childhood is inconceivably worse than
Okay, good. Okay, so do you think that the guy who hits Grace with a bamboo, do you think he had a good childhood?
no.
So then you'll be friends with him because you sympathize with his bad childhood, and it's fine that he hit Grace with a bamboo stick. Why are you beating up the guy who hits your girlfriend as an adult and best buds with the guy who hits you as a child? I mean, you know I'm about the rational consistency. That's why you called. And I'm happy to have it explained to me, but I don't see it. Let's say you and Grace get married and have kids, and you have a son, and you hire a babysitter, and it turns out when you come home that the babysitter hit your son with a bamboo stick, reference is he seems fine, and the babysitter, let's say it's a woman, right? And the babysitter seems fine, and you have no reason to be alarmed and all of that. And then you go out for a nice dinner with Grace, you come back home, and your kid has welts. Your son has welts on his back and buttocks because the babysitter whipped him with a bamboo stick. What would you do?
I don't know. I'm like just picturing that make you see red. I'm not quite sure.
You'd be angry, right? And you might report that person to the police, and you certainly would never hire that person again to ever take care of your children, right? Right. So what's the difference? Except this only happened once, but with your father it happened on many occasions.
I know there's no answer to this. But
All right, let me give you another one. Give you another one, because I need to contact your emotions. Let's say that you send your 12-year-old son to a summer camp because it's got a really good reputation. He really wants to go. His best friend is going, so you send him to a summer camp for 2 weeks, right? And let's say there's no cell phone reception, whatever it is, right? And then when you come to pick up your son, he's lost a considerable amount of weight. And you say, why are you so thin? What happened? You've got like circles under your eyes, your ribs are showing, you're walking shakily, like what's going on? And he says, they barely fed us. That's your parents, man. They starved you as a child. Starved you as a child.
yeah, that's I had an eating problem. I then I had like yeah.
Would you be angry at the people running the summer camp? Would you ever send your son back?
No.
So why the fuck are you going back? Have you ever talked to your parents about the terrible things they did when you were a child?
Yes. I listened to you instead. That's like the first thing. Yeah. And then we had it out. Like I keep talking to these conversations after the years and finally start to get through.
Okay, so you had these conversations for years, and what happened in the early part of these conversations? How did they respond or react?
Anger.
Okay, so they anger, gaslight, never happened, you're wrong, you were a bad kid, it was your fault, like that kind of stuff.
Yeah. And then I just kept pushing it and go to a point where my dad. This is why I have an okay relationship with dad, is because at one point he broke down and he said. He simply said he didn't know what to do. Like to him, his whole way of dealing with it was keep working, and just keep working. And yeah, I don't know that
your father said he didn't know what to do.
Yeah, he didn't know because his childhood is intensively worse than mine.
Okay, and look, I obviously that's tough to hear, and it's usually the case. Okay, so he didn't know what to do. So, did he tell you that his childhood was bad, and that's why he didn't know what to do?
No, he never. This is another part where it's so hard because he never blamed me on his childhood. So like, even if I ask him like right now, if I were to wake him up and ask him, he would say that his childhood is fine.
Okay, so he's in complete denial about. But what about his childhood was so bad that you know of? I mean, how do you even know it was that bad? I'm not disagreeing. I just want to know where your info comes from.
Because it was like around the social circle, like everybody knew what happened with my dad.
And what happened with your dad?
Basically, my biological grandparents, they kind of
Home sweet home.
home you cook.
Well, things are looking better, but we're still slowing and going. I-85 southbound, you're going to be tapping the brakes from 316, braking free around Jimmy Carter Boulevard, that's exit 99. And once you get inside the perimeter, got some trouble here, 85 southbound around Claremont Road. It looks like it's just a walking and that's slowing right there. And then 85 right down still where it's crashed. Right past I-75, that's the stone vehicle in the left lane. 0 minutes, tow trucks on the scene. Get this thing out of the way. Triple team traffic, 95.5. I'm WSBN here. It's Christina upwards. Partly cloudy today. Highs in the upper 70s to low 80s. Lows tonight in the mid 60s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy with an isolated rain shower possible. High 82. Wednesday, partly cloudy with an isolated rain shower. Morning low 63. Afternoon high 84.
64 degrees right now in Norcross, 65 in Cartersville, 65 degrees in Midtown Atlanta at 9:05. Mornings at 9:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Jed Hickenbotham, 95.5 WSB. And we're going to talk to the CEO of the Atlanta Track Club as we, of course, get the ABC 10K Street Road Race coming up this summer. Aaron is going to join us live. So much new. Oh, and yeah, it's the 5K day bonus splits. 10-18 up another chance for you to win $1,000 in the 5K day bonus splits. I want to start though with, you might think it's a sports story, but to me it's a parenting story. The case of Shador Sanders, Deion Sanders' son. He was the story of the NFL draft, one of the highest rated quarterbacks, and he just kept falling in the draft, unlike anything we've really seen in modern times. Eventually got drafted, I think, in the 5th round by the Cleveland Browns, but he was, supposedly going to go in the 1st round, and I'm not going to get into the who, what, why, where, the reason why he fell, but the story that I want to talk to as a local connection, it's a prank call that was made by the son of one of the Atlanta Falcons coach's staff. So basically, if you're not familiar with the draft, usually the team will call the players right before they're about to draft and say, hey, Longoria, offensive tackle, Texas Tech, this is Frank from the New York Jets, we're going to draft you. Gives him a heads up, and it's like a nice warm moment. So somehow, the son of one of the Falcons coaches got Shador Sanders' private number and prank called him, telling him that the New Orleans Saints, he was representing the New Orleans Saints, that they were about to draft him next. Here's the prank phone call.
Sir, one more time, Homer. Nicky Loomis here, GM of the Saints. How you doing? Good, how are you, man? Good, been waiting on you. Yeah, we have. It's been a long wait, man. No, for sure. We're gonna take you with our next feud right here, man. Yeah, let's be legendary. Yeah, but you're gonna have to wait a little bit longer, man. Okay. Sorry about that. What does that mean? What? What do you say? I don't know. How you process what it means if you was on the phone? You heard that? You said you're gonna have to wait a little bit longer. I don't know what that was. It's 50-50. But nobody got this number though.
So the Sanders family got a special burner phone for the draft that only the GMs of NFL teams have. So that line was always clear, and if the Saints or the Falcons or the Giants or the Texans, whomever was going to call Sanders to let him know they were going to draft him, they would have that number. Only those people had that number. So there's a lot to unpack here. First of all, as a former prank call block. You're stacking up back to Langford Parkway. You can take 85 south as an alternate. Checking on a new jam, 285 east and westbound, right just west of Moreland Avenue, exit 50, number 53. Delay stacking up both ways there. And Atlanta police reporting a stall downtown, connector northbound in the center lane around Peachtree Pine. Traffic brought by Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Learn more about their support of common threads and nutrition education at anthem.com/dream. Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield is the trade name of Blue Cross Blue Shield Healthcare Plan of Georgia Inc. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
On air, online, on the app, where you get your news is where you'll win. Download the WSB radio app now and maybe win $1,000. That's amazing. The WSB 5K a day bonus winners. 5 words, 5 times a day, every week.
Sean and Bradington, and I just won $1,000 from WSB.
Or at WSBradio.com or at WSB Radio. Coming up at 2. WSB 5K a day bonus winners.
95.5 WSB.
Anyone on the roads in North Georgia knows that tractor trailers are everywhere. For my friends in the motorcycle community, a distracted big rig could change your life forever. Hey, it's Eric Von Hester. Steel Horse Law specializes in motorcycle accidents involving trucks, and they can protect you from big corporations and their armies of lawyers. Steel Horse Law can help you get back on your feet, medical bills paid, back to work, and your case resolved. Schedule your free accident evaluation at steelhorselaw.com.
When everyone in the family wants something different from this year's vacation, there's only one thing to do. Plan for Pigeon Forge. From gorgeous mountain views, shows, shopping for leisure lovers, to coasters, a 200-foot swing, and hundreds more rides for adventure seekers. With epic array of fun, there's plenty of variety for the whole family, all in one place. Unique experiences, quality time, and memories for years to come. Find your personal favorites. Plan your getaway at mypigeonforge.com.
And this is the big story. It's on Channel 2 Action News this morning. I'm Fred Heinrich.
And I'm Lori Wilson. These stories are full of
LOL.
in the morning, and that continues all day.
We're constantly working to bring you fresh information from different perspectives.
This is Developing Live. Our reporters are working to get you all the angles right now.
When it comes to the big story, this is always the place to get ready for your day.
Join us on Channel 2 Action News this morning every day, 4:30 to 7. Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add to big savings. Plus over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon of milk. At Kroger, you always get big flavors and big savings. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Save big on Heritage Farms homemade split chicken breast. On sale now for only $8.79 a pound with your car. Kroger, fresh from everyone.
Attention men, are you suffering from ED or PE? Here's an important message from Choice Men's Health.
I'm Dr. Katz, and I'm the Chief Medical Director at Choice Men's Health. Are you thinking why you want to live? The answer is no, and you've tried Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, and are disappointed, then you need to come see us immediately. If you don't see results on the first visit, then there's no charge. Many of our patients have medical conditions such as diabetes, hypertension, obesity, and prostate problems. I'm happy to say that we have 90% of our within 10 minutes and lasts an hour and even longer. And regain your love life and tackle your ED and PE problems. Guys, your partner will never complain again. Our clinic has the most affordable prices if you visit other clinics and you're not completely satisfied, then you need to call Choice Men's Health.
Regain your love life regardless of your age or medical history. Choice Men's Health. Guaranteed results on your first visit, or you pay nothing. Call now. 404-400-1170. That's 404-400-1170.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true people are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared $750 of each other's bills. People love having telehealth, huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton, much better, as you being happy, how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. Call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Welcome back. The phone number 877-973-7425 should you wish to be on the program. I got to bring you up to speed on an issue. So when I was a kid overseas, I one year remember distinctly I had to have two separate birthday parties. One was an all-out party, and the other one was just had friends come over. And the reason was because I had Pakistani friends and Indian friends I went to school with, and they hated each other's guts because they were Pakistanis and Indians. It was just an interesting thing for me growing up as a kid overseas to have people I went to school with, and they didn't like each other, not because they knew anything about each other, not they just were from different countries. And those countries have a bad history. So Pakistan and Bangladesh were both very, very India after the British came into independence, and there's a older history of Kashmir. Speculation on my part. This is credible information security assets have that there is an effort by the Chinese and the Russians to stir pots in regional parts of the world where our diplomacy and our might matters. And dealing with India and Pakistan has always been a very difficult issue for the United States. We balanced it fairly well. Pakistan was the big dog for a while, and India was in disarray. They were allied with the Soviets. past Wesley Chapel Road inside the perimeter. You're fine on I-20 heading toward the connector. North and southbound connectors doing fine. There is a slow zone. Road construction related on I-85 leaving Spaghetti Junction. Chinway Mahonia Cook.
Well, I-85 southbound, right about Claremont Road, that's exit 96. You will see the HOV lane taken out due to some cones. We saw flashing lights and trucks going by, so they could be doing some backwards spacing. But we'll just keep a watch and see what's going on. This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radio is our instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com now for 60% off and promotion. At Rapid Radio, you get an extra 5% off. That's a point at
8 counts of second-degree murder that have been laid. We anticipate that additional charges will be laid.
Vancouver police spokesman Steve Addison says the 30-year-old suspect had police contact the day before the attack in another jurisdiction, but he says it wasn't criminal in nature and did not appear to require mental health intervention at the time.
Canadians make their voices heard in federal elections, picking Prime Minister Mark Carney's Liberals to lead the country.
Yellow Jackets is about a women's soccer team following the Canadian wilderness after a plane crash. A federal judge dismissed the case, says Carmen needs aside. He did not find FM and HD1 doorbell. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
Sometimes an identity threat is a great professional choice, and sometimes it's not. Some things The report's factual findings, which are virtually complete, will in some respects echo last week's Senate Intelligence Committee report by partially criticizing the FBI and CIA for intelligence gathering that many members believe could have otherwise prevented the attacks. Here's something interesting. It takes a big brain to tell a lie. A big brain. The primates with the biggest brains compared to their body size are the very best at deceiving others, since humans have the biggest brains of all. We are the best liars. Hazel Muir writes in The New Scientist that primates have the largest brains of all animal species compared to their body size. This comes from evolving complex social skills, and lying is most important. Psychologist Richard Byrne has seen many instances of deception among primates. A female gorilla will mate secretly. Male who's not like a monkey may pretend not to like certain foods so others won't hide steals. A baboon will stare into the distance when nothing is actually there in order to distract his mother, who is about to punish him. Byrne says we're rather shocked. Baboons do anything quite as subtle as that. Byrne found that the bigger the brain, the bigger the lies. Bush baby, that's not true. But bush babies and others which have smaller brains than primates are less sneaky than larger brain primates. The most deceptive primates are gorillas, chimpanzees, and orangutans, and us. Big brains aren't only about lying, Byrne says. I'm sure if we could measure cooperative skill, we'd have found similar. So cooperation and outwitting are not opposed. They're both about being socially subtle. Well, here's a little BPL update for you. BPL is broadband over power line. Somebody's, in my opinion, idiotic scheme to distribute the internet on every single electrical wire in the U.S. In other words, a scheme to put the internet in your wall plug, along with your 110 volts powering up, whatever in your house, would come the internet. That's the scheme. The problem with the scheme is that some see it as the impending utter destruction of the shortwave bands, because those frequencies they're going to use, and because power line, being what they are, great big long wires on high poles, they're really antennas, folks. So when you send, God knows, our companies do enough radiating of random problems with electrical distribution, but when they intend to actually send radio frequencies down a long electrical line, you're going to have just what you would expect, a terrible amount of interference. And you may recall I mentioned that to you some time ago. Well, Alliant Energy has canceled a pilot test of high-speed internet technology after complaints of, guess what?
radio interference. Utility was testing a service that provides broadband internet access over power lines when complaints began filtering in from ham radio operators. The complaints were a big factor in concluding the trial months earlier than planned. Scott Brzezinski, a utility spokesperson, said, quote, "A big factor, however, was that we had already gotten essentially all the information we set out to find. Utilities are interested in using power lines to distribute broadband because of our president's goal of making the service available throughout the U.S. But looks like that utility decided, well, doesn't seem to be working as we wanted. I'm going to read this because it is so typical of so many that I get. Dear Ms. Bell, I've never written a show like this before, but I felt compelled to write to you tonight because I want you to be aware of a silent but giant audience that listens to you and George faithfully every single night. The audience I'm referring to are the inmates in the California state prison system. I began listening when a buddy of mine at a state prison told me how great it was and how many guys stayed up late to listen on their radios indoors. Next day, a lot of guys have something worthwhile to talk about and discuss. You guys give men who don't really have a lot of life something to look forward to. And I thought you both should know. You don't have to read this in the air. Well, I thought I would. But if you did, it'd give a lot of men a voice through me as well as a way to let them hear that you know they listen to you and that they're appreciated. I'm a new Streamlink member. Well, now see, I didn't know you could get Streamlink in Pokey. I've been turning more and more listeners toward you every day. Keep up the good. Wouldn't you need high-speed internet for that? Keep up the good work. And please tell Lex that I'm a systems admin for the internet service provider, and I feel that he does a great job on the website. Yes, they have a lot in there. What do I know? So the guys in the Pokey, I've known for years, a lot of you listen out there. Good way to escape, really, for a while. Here's somebody who writes to me about a cat, and a picture of my Yeti is up there, all curled up in a little ball. See, curled up in a little ball up there. He's a gigantic cat, absolutely monstrous. Longest legs you ever saw on a cat. Anyway, like 2 weeks ago, I had a 20-year-old die hard. To be expected. But it's always a very sad thing. Earlier this week, I went up to Siskiyou County, Eureka to check on a real estate situation. Awful. I was out cruising a Klamath National Forest gravel road, high, rocky, scrub line, hardy place, 20 miles from anything, no gates, side roads, nothing. And there, sitting by the side of the road, as a year-old, white and gray Rubicon. I always had pet food on board, so I bought him lunch. We hit it off fine, and he was desperate for a job, so I hired him on the spot, Art. I'm telling you, a person can't go much deeper into the cat luck grab bag than that, and boy did I come off lucky. He was cooperative, calm, through a 700-mile-plus journey of truck travel, affectionate, healthy, somewhat thin and full of personality. So Shasta now has a home. Nothing fancy here, but I'm sure you enjoy something good to hear when the earth crumbles and freezes. Just a note of something you may not have been told by your animals. After
The real estate market is falling apart. My home value just went down by a third. Let's not have a baby right now. And well, here we go. Now we're feeling the impact of that. So we're seeing a lot fewer 18-year-olds. So this may be the last class, this graduating class in the next month or two. Maybe the last class we see of this size for a while. And these numbers fall off sharply according to the statistics. And by the way, if you want to go back and look, we now have 2.7 million college-age students than we did at the start of the last decade, 2010. Interesting. So we've got college and universities scrambling to find students. And in fact, in the first half of 2024, we were seeing a college close every week in this country because they just don't have the student population out there. And look, I understand there are cultural, financial arguments about do I need college, all that stuff, but we just don't have the bodies to build.
So interesting. Now, Rory, is this a blip in the radar? Do we see the birth rates go up? Will we have plenty of 18-year-olds 5 years from now?
Not naturally born, let's put it that way. So unless there are big changes to immigration policies that allow for more legal migration, census figures now project that there's going to be another drop-off in the number of 18-year-olds starting in 2033. And by 2039, there will likely be 650,000 fewer of them per year than there are now. That's about 15% lower per year. So this has significant ramifications beyond just the college application. It means we're going to have to do something about the workforce and on the back end of that, paying all those Social Security and Medicare bills, right? We need that healthy 23-year-old who doesn't use the healthcare system but pays into it. In order to fund my retirement and my use of Medicare, Medicaid, and
Wow, so interesting. Correspondent Rory will put us on the market. So I'm going to expand it even further. Outside of colleges, you only turn 18. When I was graduating high school, are you going to join the workforce? Are you going to go to college? Or are you going to join the military? I would imagine that's going to have a draft on military as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we've had this better economy post-COVID, we've seen more applications or fewer applications into the military already because unemployment has been so low. Those 18-year-olds have options. Look, this is a terrible way to say it, but in bad economic times, when 18-year-olds graduate, there aren't jobs out there. A lot of them say, well, I'm going to go to the military. So it's seen as a sort of a plan B. But the economy has been, or I should say, employment has been high enough. You've got more people instead going into the private sector rather than serve. So, I think that's also going to depend on what the economy looks like going forward as far as the employment picture if more and more people choose to serve the country.
So the Great Recession caused this, and 18 years later, and listen, we're certain economic times right now, and we're couples are having the same conversation, and I'm more math for you. 18 years ahead of us, 24 and 3, we're here, we'll be talking about the same story. has spotted a slowdown in Midtown caused by an armored vehicle that stalled out 10th Street at the downtown connector. This report sponsored by Georgia United Credit Union. Ready for a financial partner that puts you first? Discover the difference at Georgia United Credit Union. Visit gucu.org/join, insured by NCUA. Smiley Mark McKay, 95.5 WSP.
Passion. It's the difference between getting it done and being exceptional. For your home's exterior renovation, hire a company passionate about your project. Trust the Plus. Painting Plus.
Hi, I'm Charlie. My passion for high-quality remodeling began when I started my business at just 15. Now we have grown to the Plus family of businesses. If you hear the Plus, it's us.
If your home's exterior has it, the Plus can improve it. Painting Plus. Siding, gutters, windows, decks, porches, roofing, and more. Trust the Plus. PaintingPlus.com. This is Window Nation, our source for affordable replacement windows at the highest quality. So if you've got old, drafty, sticking, windows, you need the experienced pros.
I want to see this dirt have puddles in it at volume, and we ain't leaving for the day.
Conversation. It was a headline news today. I'm looking on my Amazon app to see if that started. We're asking Autumn, is there a
Oh yeah, Autumn does the Temu thing. Are they doing it on Temu?
I purchased on Temu. I'm not like.
Oh, you don't have the app?
What's going on with Temu?
Well, I mean, if you have the app and you just open it up, are they doing that where they show you that?
they might start to.
Okay, all
See,
right.
I had read that they were increasing their prices due to the tariffs.
Right.
So, but
I have to. You can't just. You can't. Now,
Some
especially if you're over there and you're shipping here. Now, I think a lot of this stuff isn't going to show up for another month or so because, like, Coca-Cola had a good earnings report. So I think, and we know, we know Coca-Cola. So they, what they did was they stocked up on aluminum cans. They knew a lot of this stuff was happening, and a lot of businesses that are here saw this coming, and they stocked up on stuff. So we won't feel it until they now have to go buy new stuff.
We're going to
more
see,
aluminum cans.
we're continuing to see the pull forward demand, so better economic numbers in the short run because of that. Hey, let's get this in the door before the tariffs. And the impact will not be felt until really right now. So right now, you'll start to see consumer behavior change because of days like today. And it's not just on the website or on the sticker price. It is the collective, and this goes into the Social Security story you all sent me. It's the collective uncertainty and fear around the economy and around these organizations. Well, are they going to be there? Do I have to show my ID? Maybe if there's going to be a cut to Social Security, maybe they'll just start taking it down.
And let's get to that story. So the story is that more people are taking Social Security early, even though they don't necessarily need to, because they fear that if they wait another few years, it's going to be there. Or it won't be there. It will have been changed to a certain degree.
Or I think that one of the later you said that they wanted to be currently collecting so that they're kind of grandfathered in if there were going to be some changes.
Right.
And
which, by the way, if there were changes, everybody over like 40 would be grandfathered in, probably. Definitely over 50.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I think that there's no way, there's no way you are going to change. First of all, there's no need to, right? The Social Security is just a giant formula of life expectancy times the number of times your earnings in years, and it's very calculable.
Yes.
And
you know what you need.
And the big variables to change are how soon can people start taking it. So if they change that age to 61, it'd probably run out pretty quick.
Yeah.
The slush fund, the cushion.
Which is what, 2035 right now? We're looking at going broke? I think 2035.
Well, again, the cushion goes away.
Okay.
The current people paying into the system, that continues, and that's why it's not Social Security can't go down to zero if we keep paying in Social Security FICA tax, but you could see for future generations a 20 to 25% decline. I don't see that happening for anybody. If you're like under the age or over the age of 50, I just don't see that.
But some structural changes have to happen because we have less people. We used to have a country where people had 5, 6, 7 kids, and people are barely having 2 now. So, and because the system was never lockbox, immediately the people who were working age were paying for the people who were retired. It wasn't like you're not waiting for your money. So you do need, there is an area where a possibility that it begins to collapse like a Ponzi scheme simply because you don't have as many people, young workers coming in, and you have all of these, Gen X is about to start retiring, let alone the baby boomers.
Yeah, I think it just becomes a transfer system where money's going in the beginning of the month and it's going right out in the same period of time. I think the other thing
But are there enough young workers for all of these?
that's how we get to the 80%, the 20% haircut.
Okay.
And essentially, people paying in would pay about 75 to 80% of social as it stands today. Some of the other big retirement numbers have changed. I mean, if you think about what we can contribute to our 401k. I remember when I was younger, it was the max was 10 grand per year, and then that's gone up little by little by little, and now it's at 23.5. And if you're 50 plus, it's 31 grand a year. So a lot of these numbers have moved with inflation. It used to be when you're 70 and a half, you had to start taking money from your IRA. Today, it's all the way up to 73. So it wouldn't be that shocking to me if future generations couldn't collect at 62, then maybe they raise the age to 62 and a half, maybe it's 63. So those are the kind of moves that would make the math work.
How much do they get from people dying before they actually begin collecting? I mean, if you have a husband and wife, the kids are all out of the house and everything, and the wife lives, 10, 15 years longer than the husband, and he has higher Social Security coming in than she does. Does she get some of that? How does that work?
She either keeps her, if they're married,
She can choose?
she would either continue on with her own payment or half of his payment or his full payment, whichever's higher.
Okay, all right. But I wonder how much
You're talking about in the event of death.
Yeah. Now, if you keep ratcheting it up, you might save money because less people actually make it to the finish line, right?
Sure.
I mean, hate to be cynical.
The actuarial tables are a big part of the formula.
Alex Williams, hey, you can have it in full, but you can't have it till you're 82. Alex Williams says there are delays on 285 between Sandy Springs and Dunwoody.
Yeah, watching the brake lights fill in this afternoon. Already pretty heavy starting in Dunwoody, 285 west from Chamblee Dunwoody Road exit 30, all the way over Roswell Road exit number 25, and it really starts to slow you in. Right around Northside Drive, Powers Ferry Road exit 22 as you make that commute through the I-75 interchange. You'll be on and off the brakes all the way down to I-20, the West Freeway, into Cab County, 285 eastbound. You slow from Ashford Dunwoody Road through Dunwoody, Dorville, down into Tucker. You won't find any relief from those brake lights till you down to Highway 78, the Stone Mountain Freeway. Been watching the slow ride from downtown Atlanta, Andrew Seco. Now we have the stoppage northbound. You're seeing the brake lights as you leave east. One look out, there's trouble on the shoulder. And pretty good crash right at University Avenue. And southbound, still seeing jam just south of 400. All the way back to the Paranormal is 91. From the Green Area Traffic Center, switching traffic 95.5 WSB.
Online, where you get your news. Download the WSB radio app now and maybe win $1,000.
WSB 5K a day bonus plans.
5 words, 5 times a day, every weekday. Just enter the word at WSBradio.com or on the WSB radio app.
Your next chance to win is coming up at 5.
The WSB 5K a day bonus plan.
95.5 WSB.
This is Ashley Russ, and you've heard my friends at shopmytree.com on Green and Growing. The goals of their tree care professionals are safety, preserving your property, and prompt customer service. Shopmytree.com has state-of-the-art equipment, including 3 grapple saw cranes, and the best tree work in all of Metro Atlanta and out Southside too. It's shopmytree.com. Visit shopmytree.com for a free estimate and to see service areas. Premier Tree Solutions. Shopmytree.com is changing the way tree work is done in Atlanta.
The Loan Advisory Group has a question for you. Is your retirement inflation proof? Here's what we mean. In retirement, chances are you're on a fixed income with unpredictable expenses. So how do you not run out of money when the cost of just about everything continues to go up? You inflation proof it. Financial advisor Mark Lloyd and the team at Lloyd Advisory Group can show you ways to help fight inflation so it doesn't outpace your income. Call us today at 770-766-5611. Inflation can take a huge chunk out of your retirement savings, but it doesn't have to. With some simple planning, inflation can go from being a major disruption to a minor annoyance. Call Mark Lloyd and the team at Lloyd Advisory Group now to start inflation-proofing your retirement today. 770-766-5611. That's 770-766-5611. Insurance products and services are offered through the Lloyd Advisory Group. Investing involves risk, including the potential loss of principal.
For many women in our community, support for our physical and mental health is outreach. When your birthday is long, and your budget is tight,
And your village is busy.
and the road between home and health is a 6-lane highway with no crosswalk.
Northside Hospital believes women deserve better.
Northside is rolling up our sleeves and getting to work.
We got your ass off. Learn more at northside.com/earn. Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get your second month free for a limited time. You'll get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month. Here's Veronica and Jackie, real customers.
I didn't know that I could get something for a lot less money that was actually better than what I was with before.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say you gotta check out Consumer Cellular. And now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free when they use promo code SECONDFREE. Just call, click, or bring us your bill and see how much you can save. Because when it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com. and use
That
code
is a
SECONDFREE to get a free
boatload.
second month. Real people pay to share their opinions in this ad. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and legally.
From west of the Rockies, call Art at 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art Bell by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
It is, and of course, you and the you part of the component are coming up directly. Those are the ways through the door. Holy mackerel, I just took a sip of some coffee at about 5,000 degrees, and I think the roof of my mouth just caved in. Ah, well, first time caller line, you are on the air. Hello. Hello. Joy. Hello, Joy.
Outside Atlanta.
All right.
And I haven't had a comment about last night's guest, Daniel.
Oh, yes.
But quickly, I wanted to tell you you're exactly right about putting out a call for cats.
Oh, yeah.
I had a cat she's about 18 years old now. And we recently moved, and she finally went outside a couple of times. And she just didn't come back one evening, and I was just totally distressed. And those cats always like to be outside at night. So you have to let her out, And,
We don't let ours out. Ours are house cats. They're totally, we take them out on the porch and let them sniff the air once in a while.
Right.
That's it.
well, this is kind of out in the country, and so she loves it out there. But anyway, she disappeared, and we waited about 4 or 5 days. Finally just decided we had to go find another cat.
Declared her MIA.
Yeah, MIA. And so we went down to the Humane Society, and we got a great little kitten, just a wonderful little guy. And brought him home, and 3 days later, here she is hiding underneath the house across the street. So we found her, we brought her back.
That's right. That's how it goes.
And my friend who lives in St. Pete had sent me a sympathy card.
Texas court system on a child abuse case with ritual overtones, and worked with law enforcement on missing persons and murder cases involving the occult and the supernatural. Evelyn Paglini is a witch. Stay right where you are. You've been warned. To be honest, please fire me off an email. Oh, God. It still hasn't stopped. I've had thousands and thousands of responses, and I thought, well, what do I do with this? What do I do with this? It's very hard to talk about. It's hard enough to talk about the world of psychic occurrence, the spirit world, whatever you want to call it, and then throw sex in on top of that. It's just really hard. And I thought, well, boy, am I in trouble. Where am I going to get a guest to talk about this connection? And now I've got Evelyn Paglini, and she says she can talk. Evelyn?
Hi, Art.
Welcome back to the program.
Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to be with you.
Listen, I want to thank you. Evelyn sent me for my 59th birthday, which occurred June 17th, this incredible globe. Oh, it's a globe. It's really awesome. It's a pretty good giant-sized globe that's made entirely of gemstones. Oh my God, what an incredible piece, Evelyn. You should not have done it. Thank you.
I'm glad I put a smile on your face.
A smile? Oh, I jumped up and down. Ramona jumped up and down. Big time. Thank you so much. It is astoundingly beautiful.
You're welcome.
So anyway, here you are, and you heard what I had to say, and that's how it developed on the program, but I really haven't been able to find anybody to address it. Most of the guests that I have, they admit, since I've been talking about this, oh yes, there's a gigantic connection between the occult and sexuality, but they don't want to talk about it.
It has always been, but it is a taboo. It's very difficult to understand. Certainly most people who are practitioners are well aware of its power as well as its usage, and it can have a sinister effect. And so therefore most people will not discuss it, and certainly won't give you the insight or the techniques.
Okay. Some of the audience, obviously tonight, as every night, will be new, and they're going to say, practice what? What are we talking about here? We're talking about what I guess I call witchcraft, others call the craft. What is it exactly, Evelyn? Just so we have the basis down here.
Well, the basis is natural magic, tuning into that which is nature and the elements, being able to use the forces of nature to manipulate them, to be able to influence other people, outcomes, effects. And those practitioners who have an understanding of it are able to enjoy goals as well as, let's say, block or stop or repel.
I talked to a man last night, Daniel, who had gone to various countries around the world and tried different psychedelics, and he laid heavily into the ritual aspect of the taking of these psychedelics and the rituals and things that some of these tribes and so forth believed in, Evelyn, and a very great deal of it was natural worship of the sun, of the moon, of the earth. And so many tribes we seem to run into around the world do seem to worship those things. And you're saying it is those things, and it's natural.
It is, it crosses all cultures and all religions. It is the basics of magic. And when you tune into the forces of nature, you have no idea what you can accomplish. I think the final frontier is the mind, because we do not know exactly the potential of the mind and what it can accomplish. You've seen with your experiments, when you have gotten the collective consciousness to focus their attention on something, the outcome can be tremendous. Could it not?
No, it was, Evelyn. I saw it happen. We were all part of it. A great deal of this audience was part of it, so they know. A listener sent in a question. Elizabeth asks the following: can I practice the craft and still believe and go to my church?
Absolutely. I was raised Roman Catholic, and I have no problem with integrating natural magic and Christianity. Because I believe in God, and I believe that God gave us nature and the elements and the forces.
How many practitioners of Christianity, for example, priests, do you think might, if a parishioner were to go to them and say, look, I'm a good Christian, Father, but I want to go and practice a little bit of witchcraft, do you think they would be as generous in recommending this cross-pollination?
I would say probably 80% would not.
Right.
But I have been very blessed because I had a Father Richard Wood from Loyola University many, many years ago, and this man understood me and I understood him. And one that we both know, Father Malachi Martin.
Oh, yes.
That was in 1968, where we had many discussions on it. And so there was no problem with him and I.
So then, calling upon natural powers of the wind, of the sun, of the earth, these are every bit, you believe, in concert with the concept of our God as we believe it to be.
Yes, I do.
As Christians.
I feel we have a choice once we have the power in our hands, and it is by the intent that we use that power, whether it become positive or negative. In other words, don't blame the devil made me to it.
Yeah.
You're the one who made the choice. If I show you how to do something,
yes,
and then you use it against your fellow man, who made that choice?
You did.
Correct. So you must take responsibility for your action. What magic gives you is the power to change something, to influence something. You are the person who chooses the intent.
Okay.
Power is neutral.
All right. There's going to be a lot of intent in what we're about to talk about. Now, are you at all surprised that I got this massive response to the question about supernatural, which I discuss on the show a lot, and then the sexual aspect of it? It was like a landslide here, Evelyn. Really, a landslide.
I was very glad that you got a landslide response. Because this has gone on in history for tens of thousands of years. But most people who have experienced any form of this are too ashamed, too frightened to talk to other people. They could be ridiculed or shot down or disbelief. And not only is it difficult for a woman, but it's even harder for a man.
That's right.
I'm glad you got the response you got.
Well, I sure did. And it came, by the way, from both sexes.
Absolutely.
Uniformly from both sexes. So
Yeah.
I was astounded. And so obviously there really is something to this. What are some of the techniques one might use in magic involved in sexuality?
Well, if we're going to start at level 1, where, like I say, every person out there would like to know how to, let's say, increase their sexuality, or to have a technique to draw a person.
They're of the person, the hair, fingernails, those are mentioned all the time. Why?
Because they establish a bond, a link, okay, with you and that subject.
Well, in your fingernail clippings, in your hair, whatever, Evelyn, your entire DNA, your little snowflake DNA is complete.
Correct.
Each one of those things.
That's right.
Huh.
And so what you have done now is established a link to that very person that is going to become the subject you are going to work upon. And once you have imitative and sympathetic magic, you can use many different means. The means today in modern witchcraft is wax figures known as image candles, and of course the gender of the choice that you are working on. So once you've done that, what you're going to use naturally would be red, because you are talking about sex. You are talking about stimulating the sexual organs and the libido itself. And so the color would be red in the gender of the subject that you are going to be working on. And what you're going to do, if you're going to be calling in, let's say, the elements, then you would call in the element of fire, because again, you want to ignite the passion of an individual. And so therefore, you can also use so many different things in order to enhance and to influence.
Are you, I'm trying to put this together, are you trying to influence a particular person's sexual desire for you? In most instances, that's what you'd be doing, right?
On level 1, yes.
On level 1?
Yeah.
That's just level 1. And so how successful is this kind of thing? Assuming that you put together a ritual, you've got a candle, you've got red all over the place and all the rest of it, what's your expectation?
Well, if you have imitative and sympathetic going for you, and you are very good with meditation and visualization, which is a prerequisite,
yes,
your outcome will be astoundingly quick and very satisfying.
Really?
Yes.
In other words, your phone is going to ring, she's going to knock on, she is going to knock on your door, or
well, you're going to
something.
notice that there's a chemistry that is going to start being emitted, and that chemistry between the two of you is going to be enhanced. And so therefore, the, let's say, sexual tension will build between the two of you. Now, if you're dating, okay, if you have this person as already a mate or a lover, then you can take your lover to the next level.
People are talking about that all the time.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, there are many techniques of doing that, not only with a wax figure, but there's a really good one, and it's quick. Get your paper and pencil out, because it's really very good.
All right.
Let's say that you are laying next to your mate. Now, this has got to be done when that person is already asleep and you're awake. You can say this by whispering it, but you can also say it emotionally, mentally.
What is it we're saying?
That would be, you need me. You want me. You desire me. You cannot live without me. You see my face before you, no matter where you go. Say this over and over and over again. You are penetrating the psyche of that individual, and you are binding them emotionally as well as sexually to you.
Isn't that like a post-hypnotic suggestion?
Not if you're saying it mentally, guys. Post-hypnotic suggestion has got to be audible.
Well, you said it could be audible, or...
I said you can whisper it. I said, but you would get more emotion if you did it mentally.
And roll over it again. A lot of people can't write that quickly. You need me?
You need me.
Yeah.
You want me. You desire me. You cannot live without me. You see my face before you, no matter where you go.
And this...
And within your mind, what you're doing is you're bombarding the sleeping subject. Mentally, you are breaking into the psyche, and you are planting seeds. And in your mind's eye, with your visualization technique, you are making love to that person, and they mentally are responding back. And you are establishing a bond that is unbelievable. We haven't even done a blood moon ritual yet.
Blood moon ritual. You need me, you want me, you desire me, you cannot live without me. You see my face everywhere.
You see my face before you.
Before you everywhere. Yeah, that really will work, Evelyn.
Oh, yes.
Of course, this is somebody you're already fairly close to, since you're...
This is someone that you are living with that is your lover, your mate, your partner.
Yes.
And you want to enhance the love, the passion, and the binding action of the two of you.
I'll hold it right there. Evelyn, Dr. Evelyn Paglini is my guest. She's a...
Area code 775-727-1295. The first-time caller line is area code 775-727-1222. To talk with Art Bell from East of the Rockies, call toll-free at 800-825-5033. From West of the Rockies, call Art at 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art Bell by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
I want to warn you, witchcraft, dovecraft, like anything else, has good and bad, and you're going to hear about both tonight. So, the standard sort of sexual content, paranormal content, witchcraft content, but look out, it's going to get strange. Are strongly affecting your intentions, imposing your intentions on another person.
If that is your mate, your partner, your lover,
yes,
then all you're doing is enhancing the sexual act and the bond between you. But unfortunately, there are practitioners out there who are going to use the same knowledge and the same power in the wrong way. Their ethics are not present at all.
But the magic works either way, right?
Power is neutral. It's only the intent.
Yeah. So the ethics can be good or they can be wanting.
That's correct. And then they cross the line. But many do. And there are people out there that have been affected by these acts of practitioners. Unbeknownst, unwanted, unsolicited.
That's right. That's right. And they will call in here inevitably, Evelyn, or fire me a fast blast and ask, what can I do to stop this? It's like a curse on me.
And they have an opportunity to do a separation or a breakup spell. I've had many men as well as women call and tell me that they have lost their partner due to magic by a sexual spell being cast upon them. And once you have the target and you know the person who has caused this, yes, you can do a separation or a breakup spell.
Well, we all know vengeance had no, like a woman.
Or a man.
Or a man. this morning. So, I mean, this could get to be rough stuff. Is there, if you're going to, I guess this is it's sort of casting a spell, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay, so we'll call it what it is.
That's why the person that's going to counterbalance this has got to have some knowledge, or at least someone behind them that does.
Is there any time of the day or night or week or month or whatever when these things are easier to do, when natural forces are more with you?
Absolutely. You could always use a waxing moon when you are going after something positive, or a waning moon if you're doing a separation or a breakup.
Huh.
You can use a new moon or a full moon because it will give you extra power.
Why is the moon important?
The moon has such an influence on this planet, not just in the tides, and of course, us being so much filled with water on our emotions, but when you also use, let's say, the goddess Diana and the influence of the waxing and the waning of the moon, you're gaining extra power. And so therefore, when you're doing this kind of a ritual, you want all the assistance, all the help that you can get.
And you can get it by timing it just right.
Absolutely. Now, in the evening is the best time. The reason why is you always want to make sure that the subject that you are working on is in a repose or in a relaxed state. So the best time is when they're sleeping.
I would like to understand really what it is about the moon. I don't doubt its power, Evelyn. Anybody who does anything with the public, I do a talk program, and you can be doggone sure if you do an open line night on a full moon night, look out, baby, it's going to hit the fan. And, cops can tell you, emergency service workers can tell you, 911 people can tell you, the moon really is important to us in one way or another. And when that moon gets full, people get nuts.
Because, see, the moon is the closest to us, and it is the one that reflects all of the vibrations and all of the energies from the entire universe and solar system. It is what beams here to Earth. When we understand these influences, we can tap into the forces and the vibrations and use them to manipulate.
Astronomers say it's rubbish that the amount of effect, gravitationally or in any other way, that the moon or other planets could have on us is ridiculous. There just couldn't be an effect, they say, and yet I don't doubt it. Having witnessed it over many, many years here in talk radio, there is something about the moon, so there's something they don't know.
That is correct. And again, when you're calling upon the goddess Diana, then you can also use what is called blood on the moon. Now, this is taking it to the next level. When you want to really bind a person to you sexually, not only in this lifetime, but even in the next.
You mean there's sex in the next life?
Yeah.
That's we'll get back to that. That's important.
Yeah.
Please continue. So
what you're going to use is the blood, menstrual blood. 3 drops is used, and it is either going to be put in wine that is going to be ingested by the subject.
What kind of blood?
Menstrual. Your menstruation blood.
Oh my God.
3 drops. This is very ancient art. This has gone back thousands of years.
I've never heard of anything like this in my life.
I told you, most people who are practitioners are not going to give up this kind of information.
Yeah, I can see why.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Okay, and so
you're going to mix that into, let's say, a sauce. Okay, that would be ingested by your subject. Or you could mix it in, as I mentioned, the wine, or a meatloaf, or a sandwich, anything.
But I guess it doesn't matter, but it's a binding agent?
It is the binding agent.
The binding agent.
Yeah, it's better than the witch's cord, it's better than a knot candle, it's better than the thread that you tie in knots. This is the ultimate binding action, and it has been used for tens of thousands of years. just like the nectar of the gods, honey is blood.
Where, Evelyn, is knowledge like this written down? Is it written down?
Oh, if you would get some of the old Leland books or Arati of the Gospel of Witches, I believe there's also Dion Fortune has several books that are very good on it. I'm just pulling it right off the top of my head, but there are several excellent books out there.
Yeah, I was just curious. This is knowledge that has been known and practiced for how long?
Tens of thousands of years. Because we haven't even gotten into the planes of existence and what you can do by creating a familiar, a doppelganger. We haven't gone there yet, babe. That's when it gets sinister.
When you cast a spell of this kind, what can your expectations be in terms of how long it might last? Is it a temporary thing? Does it last a number of years? A lifetime? What?
If you have a person that you are trying to cause them to go against their natural choice or will, then you're going to have to do the ritual often in order to sustain it. If you have a willing partner, meaning a loved one, a husband or wife, then the spell is going to only increase and it can last a lifetime. And again, to the next lifetime.
But that's natural love enhanced.
Right. That's natural love enhanced.
But if you're essentially
going against the person's free will, you have to continue it.
Yes, if you're forcing somebody, then you've got to reinforce it how often, for example?
It depends on the strength of the practitioner. If they're a practitioner that's got at least 15 years under their belt, I would have to say it would last possibly years. If they are a person that's a neophyte, a chela, an initiate, 6 months.
Is doing such a thing to a person for your own satisfaction, whatever?
Your desire, desire for control. It may not necessarily be love, it may be just lust.
Maybe. And so, do the majority of people who do this kind of thing to another, Evelyn, in your experience, find it satisfying or ultimately shallow because they're forcing an event which ain't natural? And, after a while, they must start to feel the other person is not sexually turned on to me.
They have a conscience. They don't have a conscience. They want.
I know, but part of the ego is the fact that that other person is giving themselves to you because they want you, not because they're under a spell.
That's right, and you're controlling them, and that is the ultimate high, the ultimate power over another person.
But isn't, for many, if even not most, wouldn't there be a diminishing of the satisfaction of being with that person, knowing that they're being forced to do it as opposed to wanting to do it?
Each person is different. You have to understand the psyche of the practitioner.
Or is the ego sufficiently satisfied by exercising the power to make that person do something they don't want to do?
Yeah, it usually is. The ego, you hit the nail on the head.
Yeah, I guess, huh? Well, there's no shortage of egos out there, so, a lot of people who probably don't believe in witchcraft anyway, they do wonder, though, how much of this is going on out there on an everyday sort of basis, Evelyn?
As I said, there are tens of thousands of people just at the basics of the person being the practitioner wanting or enhancing or stealing a husband or a wife. That's happening all the time.
All the time, huh?
And when we get to the...
But people using magic, people using at least this level of magic.
Yes. I hear it all the time, Art. And I have for the last 45 years.
Well, of course, you've been dead center in the middle of it, but the average citizen doesn't, for the most part, hear a word about this. I mean, unless they're hearing this program tonight, Evelyn, I can guarantee that last little ritual you took us through, most people haven't heard about it, I guarantee. Or at least
they don't know the actual ritual unless they're a practitioner, but they know the outcome because it's either them or a loved one that it's been worked upon.
It mentions in your bio that you're a spiritual warrior, that That's one aspect of what you do.
That is correct.
If a wife begins to realize that somebody has put a spell on her husband, then she has to become a spiritual warrior, right? She's going to be at war with
That
this
is
other
correct, yes, because she's dealing with a practitioner. And she's going to have to learn how to combat it, how to reverse it, how to break it, how to separate it. In other words, she's going to tap the same forces but use them positively.
Well, in most households, you know, when mothers talk to daughters, this is not part of that talk they have about the way the world works. Or maybe I'm wrong, and maybe there are many more households where it is part of that talk than, I mean...
It is in every culture. Believe me, there is always the grandmother or the great aunt that is going to give you the secrets. It's passed down from generation to generation. It always has been, no matter the tradition, the culture, or the religion.
So you say something like, honey, it's time to sit down and talk about birds, bees, and a little magic.
That is correct.
My goodness. All right. Is there a way to compel a person to leave the person they're with to be, for example, with you? Now, that's a little bit on the dark side, and that's where we're headed a little bit here, folks. That's why I issued the warning. I mean, serious stuff. If you wanted to take somebody away from somebody else, is there magic that would achieve that?
Yes, there is. You're using the same tools, imitative, sympathetic, but the intent is different. What you're going to first do is cause havoc within the marriage or within the lover, so that there becomes irritability, disdain, confusion, and the person are not in conjunction with each other. So therefore now that person is vulnerable. Now you do an attraction ritual using imitative and sympathetic magic to draw that person into your web. And as you spin your web, it gets tighter and tighter, and you draw that person to you as you cause more friction, more harm, more aggravation in the household. And eventually you will get that mate to leave their spouse and to seek solace and comfort with you.
I must tell you, Evelyn, the majority of the people that I have on the program and talk about things like this, they say, to me, it's kind of wussy New Ageism, if you will. But you know, when you ask them about this sort of thing, they will say, look, you can't use it for what would be considered by most a negative reason. You just can't do it. It's all white light and beautiful, and the other stuff doesn't work. They say that, but that's rubbish, huh?
They want it to be that way, but power is neutral.
Power is power.
And if I choose to reach across where thousands of miles and influence another person, I can do it. I can do it wrongly, or I can do it positively. And you can ask so many of the people in your audience who have gotten to know me these past 7 years. I have come to them during ritual and given them extra energy and extra power. So they know it to be true. Thousands of miles away, you can affect and you can influence another. And it's only those people who don't want to believe it who are even more vulnerable.
I would suppose they would be the vulnerable, wouldn't they? In other words, their mind, there's no afforded protection yet from being
a general umbrella under which you're working. You got a security clearance at that point?
Yeah, I had been cleared by DIA for a top secret SCI clearance.
You get to see, I guess, firsthand all this different information that comes in from all over these places, different platforms, and right, you're exposed to that. You get an idea of just how big that apparatus is.
Yes, absolutely. UFOs and aliens aside, it's a different world without anything exotic in it. When you are exposed to that information and learning over time, not just about the intelligence, but the experiences of the people around you. Because
SCI, that's secret compartmentalized information, is the acronym.
Sensitive, compartmentalized information. That was
That's probably right.
yeah.
So, you know, but I'm just saying, you know, you are a human being. You're given a lot of these responsibilities. You know, I just think it's important for people to understand. So you have access to very critical information from the United States government, separate from the UFOs and the alien, you know, topic that I'm talking about for the world. The U.S. and the world. Yes. And that weighs heavy on you, I'm sure. Like you're really looking to defend the United States of America where you live, and you are looking at information that is just highly sensitive. I think it's important for people to know. You have people like you doing great jobs in there. You had access and responsibility. People trust you. Yes, that's you can't get there without that.
It is. Yeah, it's a very burdensome role. I feel deeply for the people who've been there for many years. A lot of hidden suffering that comes from it, but it is. You know, I thought it was a noble and good mission. I still do.
And risks. I imagine there's all kinds of information that comes across your desk, and that asking other people you're working with at that point about weapons of mass destruction, the movement of nuclear weapons, or suddenly material that disappears, and where did they go? Black market, biological weapons research, things that are going on around the world that we need to keep an eye on. Right? We have things that never make the news.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, there is. Like I said, there's a whole there's many worlds, there's many shells to our reality that the public, including our professional media class, our professional academic class, our political class, has absolutely no idea exists. And if they do have an idea, they have a very distorted one, sometimes intentionally so.
I mean, you're not like some secret agent. You're not like some CIA secret agent. So people understand that when you're working at the Pentagon is where we're at today. I mean, we have a lot of great people that are right-minded, working on these problems for the United States, keeping the United States safe, looking at geopolitical aspects of nuclear weaponry, that kind of thing. But just to be clear, I mean, you're not like some secret agent with more access than anybody else or anything like that.
No, I never wanted to be a field officer. I danced with the idea in my dreams maybe and read the books, but I knew that wasn't for me, especially the task and the cost of befriending and manipulating and ultimately using people. I don't think I would be very good at that.
Like human intelligence, right? False friendship.
Exactly.
Does that stuff come across your desk? Human intelligence, signals intelligence regarding weapons of mass destruction?
All sources intelligence. All sources of intelligence. And if there are questions, go ask them and usually get the answers.
And the kinds of things that you see that come across your desk, does it give you pause? Sleep tonight knowing that this XYZ is going on somewhere. At times when they think, oh, holy crap, how did this happen?
Everyone has like their different standard of what's going to shake them like that. I've definitely had a few of those. I won't share them, but
yeah, but I mean just with security, for national security kind of stuff.
Right, stuff unrelated to exotic things that are very
this world out there. Okay, you're there for a while. You do that for how many years?
Oh, see, I was in there a little over 4 years, but I was in the Pentagon a little over 5 because I moved out of there briefly into the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence. A smaller office in there.
We've heard of that office. We have heard of that office. What's a different sort of work or the same thing, just for a different boss?
Same field, different work, different boss, different community.
So you're working for a contractor, but you're working at the Pentagon on Pentagon business, and that's sort of a model that is used for all kinds of programs, right?
Yeah, that's the industry in DC.
Does that have a buffer of some sort? Why is that?
Well, we have government management, and they're supposed to be the ones that usually sign the checks, make the final decisions, but most of the staff is contractors, military people on detail, people on fellowships from, either think tanks or universities.
So you get to be familiar with stovepipes and how, you could be working on this and the guy may be in the office next to you or the desk next to you is working on something else and you don't know what they're working on.
Yeah, I mean, that you can be that way. My experience was more that we had a team. It was all more or less on the same information level, but then there'd be other teams that they have their own. So it's not quite as isolated. I've heard from others it can be just it's you and no one else around you knows what you're doing.
You got a company, it's a contractor that's working there in the Pentagon. How much oversight is there from the actual Pentagon, the military, of a contractor's work?
Well, I mean, the day-to-day is overseen by the government. So, in that sense, it's there.
And is that generally true for all the contractor programs that we'll be getting into later? That somebody in the military or IC is looking at what that contractor does?
No, I couldn't say. Right? Yeah, I could not say.
We got to 1 degree, and then you went on to try to get a master's.
Yeah, I went to George Washington University, Masters of Security Policy Study. Got to the point where I had a thesis to submit, and then I started working at the Pentagon. I took a break and kind of got caught up in the churn, as the term is. Right.
I'm curious about just what it's like to work at the Pentagon. I mean, to think you're driving to work. There it is, the heart and soul of the national security of our country. You're doing important work, weapons mass destruction, in the biggest office building in the world. I would think there'd be a lot of satisfaction in that, but I wonder what day-to-day is like. Are you under surveillance? Do you have to do polygraphs? Can you tell your wife what you're doing? Do you socialize with colleagues, or do you have to worry about what you say to whom and where?
This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. Not everyone is careful. Yeah, it's just the app is simple.
For me, at least, yeah, it was. I finally made it. Right, I'm working at the Pentagon. It's cheesy, but I felt pride pretty much every single day that I rolled in there.
That's not cheesy. That's awesome.
And I was very fortunate to join an office that cared a lot about their people, not just their performance at work, but their goals, their desires, how they were getting on with life in general. Fewer places are like that, but I look back on that time with a lot of happiness.
How do things begin to sour? Is it because of this topic that we're going to discuss?
Yes.
Let's take it from there. When does that start? What's your first exposure?
I mean, were you like a UFO guy? Like before, I mean, like there's something that happened, and there's always an instigator, right? But it's like, were you like a UFO guy all your years back, or?
To some degree, I've always been interested in aliens and UFOs, secret histories, things that are hidden from us. It's been a lifelong kind of passion. It's not always aliens, While I was always interested in these things, they were only a realm of possibility. And when I looked at UFOs in a serious way, as I was more in my college years, I got not exposure, but I started learning about the sort of ecosystem of secrecy in the military-industrial complex, what SAPs are, what CAPs are, and you start to realize, there's a good chance a lot of what these UFO things are some really cool stuff that we have, whether it's in the air, under the water, or right part there.
You're not getting a job at the Pentagon because you want to get access to the UFO scene.
No. When I joined, I thought, I pretty much locked down that, there might be life out there, but most what we're seeing in the skies at that time, I thought was either ours or ally or adversary.
You don't go to the deep end. You're not going to MUFON conferences. You're not wearing a beanie and an alien stuff on your head.
No. In fact, I would be looked at like I had a third eye just by suggesting there were stealth satellites.
I mean, in fact, you've never been to like a UFO conference or anything like that, have you?
No.
Right, that's not your style.
No.
You're a very analytically minded person. That's something I've learned. I bet you're fucking really good at your job, because just the way our communications, the way you deep dive into research, that's a talent to be able to pull a big source information, all source information, and kind of come to conclusions. That is one of your skill sets.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you ever start 9 to 5? Because you're kind of a workaholic, right? And you go over the top.
Yeah. I really liked the Pentagon. I learned an immense amount there, and I would stay there till the wee hours of the morning learning.
Which is also how you found out information about the topic we're going to discuss.
I delved too deeply.
And you came across this sort of accident?
100% accidentally. the Immaculate Constellation piece of this, 100% accidentally. Before I was exposed to that, I had seen UAP on military videos in the Pentagon, but nothing that suggested, origin, intent, or in the level of detail that I came to find later.
So explain that to the average, like, how do you just come across UFO videos in the Pentagon? What does that mean?
Yeah.
Tell somebody who has no idea how that happens.
So you have a clearance, and there's a secret internet. And on that secret internet, there's just a generic access like you and I. It's all very secret, sensitive stuff, but more or less, everyone can look at what's on there. Then, you have on this secret internet some compartmentation, light compartmentation, as it were. And then there's entirely different systems for truly sensitive stuff. But the point is that there is essentially, a shared community of knowledge, and it goes back, just like our own internet, it goes back over decades.
If you have a top secret clearance, you go on JWIX, you can pretty much go and see whatever's on there, except for special compartmentalized stuff.
Yeah, pretty much. Or things that, are just people protect their business processes.
So who would be putting UFO type or UAP videos on there? How does that happen? How do they end up there?
Service members and intelligence officers, who for one reason or another decided to put that footage there.
What's the first UFO video you see?
They are great ratting dogs.
They were bred to exterminate small rodents and stuff.
Yeah, anyone who's seen a Westie, those cute little West Highland Terriers, the little white ones, they're real cute. If one of those hears or senses a rodent in the wall, I've seen one stalk one for several days. It will move along. We used to call it rat TV.
Yeah.
The Westie will sense when and where the rodent is there with an absolute fixation, and if there's any way to get into that wall and kill that rodent, it's coming out with that rodent in its mouth. It's remarkable.
Yeah.
The amount of dedication is just striking, and it's all about killing that rat.
Yeah. So we systematically, intentionally bred for that, like a couple hundred years ago, and then we have the ones that don't show much of the predatory sequence at all, that simply mostly just eat, which are the what do you call them? The ones that help livestock guardians. They still like the sniffing, so they tend to retain the sniffing part, and then specific breeds will have one or perhaps a few of the behaviors from the hunting sequence. So I think if we want to offer dogs a good life, we should understand where they are on that scale, and also that the working dogs come sort of with this evolutionary backpack, their genetic backpack will encourage them to really want to do that work. And then we have also the sort of I think they're sometimes referred to as toy breeds, ones that dogs who are not that interested in any of that working dog behavior. So I think we need to, with regards to the different breeds, we need to really understand what purpose they were bred for.
I'd like to take a quick break and acknowledge our sponsor, Our Place. Our Place burgers and steaks in it, and it puts Health 2025. Great night's sleep is to ensure that the temperature, slow wave sleep, and rapid eye movement sleep. And I can go to 8sleep.com/Huberman to save up to. They have these charts. Provide a link to one that was published in Science Magazine about 10 years back that had this dosing of Mastiff genes versus wolf genes, and what you just described beautifully breaks down what one observes if you go to a dog park or the beach. My bulldog Mastiff Costello, he was a mudded bulldog, so I always say, no underbite, so it wasn't gish, it was this, right? So a proper bulldog, before they inbred them so much that they have the underbite and the short snout, the brachycephalic, the breathing issues. But he neither stalked nor chased, nor was he interested in killing anything. He didn't have that sense to try and harm, but he certainly liked to consume. So he was at the end of that behavioral description.
And what were they bred for?
So I'll try not to take up too much time on this one because I want to learn from you. The original bulldog line was a cross between a mastiff, something like a mastiff, strong, large, high pain tolerance, and a pug, short snout. And the gene cross there, and obviously the dog geneticists weren't thinking about specific genes, they were thinking about traits, was the short snout was great for what's called bull baiting, because that short snout provides a kind of lever that when they bite down onto the nose of the bull, which is what they were used for, pretty cruel practice, very hard to shake them loose. The bull could shake them and they're not going to shake loose. Just think about trying to pick something up with long tongs, right? The physics of this versus a clam, right? Like a sea clam. The mutation that takes the pain receptors out of the face or reduces them is close by another gene that is involved in generating the tensile nature of the skin. So this is why they have the jowls and folds. And you can, I don't suggest anyone do this, but Costello, I'll just give an example. So sometimes, unfortunately, would like get a fish hook through his jowl when he's playing at the ocean or something, and he'd come up to me bleeding, smiling. You know, basically you have to take this thing out.
So his pain tolerance was quite high.
Pain tolerance very high in the front of the animal, in the face, and toward the rear of the animal. You touch his back toe, and it's, you know, so they have a gradient of pain receptors that runs high density in the back, low density in the front. So they were bred for bull baiting, and the original line has been bred out. It's people who care about the bulldog breed and bring some more humane breeding practices to the bulldog, because it's a pretty breed now, have tried to reestablish the original line, which again were elbows back, no strong underbite, as opposed to what you see now. So that's the sort of brief history on the bulldog. They have to be born by cesarean, because of big shoulders, small hips. Anyway, the interesting thing about the bulldog, I always said, and this will take us back to behavior, was the contract that I felt I had with my bulldog was one of, he would protect me to the death. You do notice that anytime they hear a noise or anything, they're hyper vigilant. But if there's no impending threat, total relaxation. The most efficient use of energy of any species. So basically it was, I'll die for you, Andrew, but unless your life is in danger, I'm not going to do anything. So maybe we could talk about temperament in dogs and how they experience their emotional life. I don't know if we can make general statements about this, but you've spent a lot of your time thinking about the emotional life of animals. What does a dog need in order to feel calm and safe?
Great question. So in order to feel calm and safe, I think perhaps we should go to the core affect space, which I think is one of the three emotional models that I find very, very useful in understanding and providing like a good environment for animals so that they can thrive. So the core affect space is one way of depicting or conceptualizing emotions, where we have valence on the x-axis, so how pleasant or unpleasant something is, and we have arousal on the y-axis. So what you're asking is, how can we make animals, and not just dogs, but any species, how can we put them in quadrant 2 of that core affect space, essentially? So low arousal and pleasant, so where they're relaxed, they're feeling safe, they're sort of engaging socially with others and being sort of at ease. So how do we get there? And I think that some of the things to consider is the absence of negative emotions. So if we're in the core affect space in the quadrant 4, with the high arousal and unpleasant states, we'll find things like fear, aggression. So helping reduce that will sort of automatically help animals move to the right in the matrix. And in the lower quadrant 3, the unpleasant low arousal state, where animals tend to end up, if they're sort of
that would be like seeking or foraging behavior, exploration, play, sex. But as to your question, how do we get into quadrant 2 with feeling safe and sort of that warm fuzzy feeling? So some of the things to do might be to, if the animal enjoys it, coming from you, and they often have to know you in order to really appreciate it, is like tactile stimulation, so petting, essentially. Something that might interfere is that we primates, humans are primates, and we're huggers. We tend to sort of go like this when we want to interact with an animal that we really like. And to many animals, this is restraint and really scary. And so the type of body contact that we offer to animals, that we should consider whether they really enjoy it or not, whether they tolerate it or enjoy it. And one way of doing that is to offer a consent test. So you might off your hand and scratch a little bit, ideally in a place where the animal enjoys. So most dogs don't enjoy having a hand on top of their head, but rather perhaps here, or the upper chest, sort of, yeah. So you might do that for a few seconds, and then you remove your hand to see, does the animal enjoy this, and will they then reinitiate that contact or not, or will they move away? And I have this issue with my cat now, that he is not very he doesn't sort of enjoy petting as much as I do petting him, so I have to be really mindful that I offer him a chance to say no thanks.
So I consider just touching the animal as calling a consent test, like as a test, and then if they move toward you, then what is the pattern of tactile stimulation that dogs like? I've been reading up on this a little bit, and somebody ran an experiment that I think is kind of interesting, describing the differences between rates of petting, and it basically, the conclusion was that essentially they claim that all dogs are averse to very rapid touch, but that people tend to pet quickly, and they showed a beautiful example of just if one just deliberately strokes the animal very slowly, the animal's eyelids just start to hood, and you basically just diffuse the tension very quickly, which I think is interesting. You know, as humans, we think, oh, we want to pat the dog on its head, and for some reason we associate patting with fast patting, or petting as a quick process. You're going to scratch and pet this animal, where it very well could be that all the dogs out there are just dying for some really nice slow strokes.
Yeah, and I also think that nice slow stroke, if you're sort of in a calm emotional state yourself, and we might tap into another interesting emotion theory, which is the polyvagal theory, and this concept of co-regulation. So if you're calm and relaxed, then you're sort of sending out these cues, these subtle cues that other individuals are reading and picking up on. And it seems that we do that with vis-a-vis also our dogs, and certainly also horses, it seems. So that just being calm and relaxed yourself can really help relax the dog. And what you say about the fast petting or patting really makes sense to me. I know there's one study in horses that show that if you pat a horse, many horses find that aversive. So in other words, it's something that they'll want to avoid. And yet that is often how we try to reward them when they do something that we want. They do enjoy wither scratching, so back at the nape of the mane, if you scratch them there, they'll typically enjoy that. But I would say that different animals, different individuals will have these individual preferences, and just trying to see what they like. Perhaps also if you're offering your hands like this, they might even scoot around to show you which body part they want scratched once they learn the rules of that communication.
I feel like dogs want part of their body scratched that they can't access on their own.
Yes.
Like, I'm yet to meet a dog that doesn't like being scratched. It's wrong.
Bum scratching is a big thing for many animals, yeah.
Like just like the top side of their back leg, right there. Yeah. It's got to feel so good, because they can't get to that, as well as underneath their rear leg, right? Like just kind of in the crook of the rear leg. skittish versus more calm.
Yeah.
I totally agree that different animals, regardless of breed, just have a completely different relationship to touch.
Yeah.
And how quickly they want to interact. I've heard, and I don't know if it's true, that for dogs, space is a big thing. I don't know if this is true. I'm sure someone will refute this, but the idea that, you know, if your dog runs up to you when you walk in, or dog runs up to you, it's a new dog you're just meeting, and they touch you or they jump up on your shin, that it's their attempt to dominate you. Like, this is my space, I'm controlling you. That because you wouldn't necessarily walk up to a dog that you just met and just get right in their space without them approaching you as well. What are your thoughts on this whole dominant submission thing on the basis of touch and space?
That's like Pandora's box there, right there.
Great. I don't have any stake in this. I just would like to learn, and I would like people to learn so that they can have better interactions with and for animals.
Sure. Yeah, so first of all, I think that actually we often do walk up to strange dogs that we never met before. We're like, hi, can I pet him? And then we start patting on top of the animal's head.
Guilty.
So I think that we do that. And then this whole discussion about dominance is really interesting, because as an ethologist, how we define dominance is completely different from how most people define it. And I looked into the encyclopedia to see how is dominance defined there, and I find that there's two lines of that definition. So one is the ethological definition of dominance, and one is the sociological definition of dominance. And I think that what we're doing often is that we're using the sociological definition on animals in a way that's, I think, unfortunate. Because the ethological definition is about priority of access to resources. Here's a resource, here's like 5 individuals coming up to it, there's just one there. The dominant individual will have priority of access to that resource. The others simply have to wait or look elsewhere. And this reduces the risk of sort of confrontation and aggression and all the costs associated with that. So it's normal that animals who hang out together, who are like in a stable social group, will organize or have some sort of dominance hierarchy within them that allows this to take place, to reduce the risk of aggression. It tends to become exacerbated in captivity compared to in wild contexts, because then the animals can disperse and there's a resource over there that they can go and get instead. But when we house them and we're offering like, you have 2 cats or 3 cats, and here's the food. You're putting the animals in conflict, because cats are solitary hunters, so they actually do. If you have several cats, you should feed them in a sort of separate locations to reduce that sort of heightened arousal that goes with that type of feeding.
Okay, there's dominance among dogs, or among dogs and other non-human animals. I'm thinking in terms of the relationship between human and dog, and touch and space. You know, I've heard that the dog touches you, it thinks it owns you. I've heard that if you move into a space that the dog is and it backs away, that it's it thinks of you as dominant. I've also heard that if the dog moves into your space very quickly, that it sees itself as kind of the leader in this relationship. There are a lot of theories out there about this, and I'm realizing that all these theories about animals must be very contentious, because they lack the language to tell us what we want to know.
Yeah.
And so we're always sort of guessing when we're doing ethology.
I would not label any of those situations that you described as a dominance interaction, actually. I would rather, if the dog backs away when you confront them, I would sort of rather label that as perhaps a fearful reaction, not submissive, as in access to a resource. Typically, feral dogs in the wild will form linear dominance hierarchies with regards to the access to resources. And that might shift depending on what the resource is. So it's not like it's written in stone or anything. So it's like fluid and variable, but there's still typically some sort of hierarchy when it comes to the priority of access to resources. Then we have another social role, which is the role as a leader. And when I, as an ethologist, say that that sort of walks first in line from one location to another. I like to take the example of elephants, that when they migrate, it's typically one of the old females, the matriarch, who leads the way. She's the leader, so she'll help them find, she knows where to go, essentially. And there's other social roles as well. There might be the controller, who is the animal who tends to initiate a change in activity. So we see this in cows, for instance, that all the cows are standing up and they're grazing, and then one cow, the controller, lies down, and everybody else lies down also. Wow. They start ruminating. They will often synchronize their behavior, but they'll follow. It's not that one individual is sort of imposing on the others, but rather they do that and the others follow suit.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I have heard this, that when you walk your dog, that your dog should be next to you or behind you. Very few dog owners actually walk with their dog behind them. Just, I live in an area that is, frequented by dogs and owners. It's interesting to kind of interpret that as a question, which is, if the dog walks in front, does it mean that it somehow is the leader? I mean, are humans just completely wrong about all this stuff?
I think so.
Great.
Yeah, I think that we carry a lot of, and actually we haven't mentioned this, I think, but I have very little practical experience with dogs. I haven't lived with dogs, I haven't trained dogs, but many of my students train dogs and I help them. But that also means that I don't carry any of these sort of assumptions that you're supposed to have your dog behind you or beside you, that if you don't. So, which means that I can look at that type of statement and go, really? Because I think that there's a lot of learning occurring, of course, that teach the dog that if you stay at my side or behind me, then there won't be unpleasantness, but if you pull ahead, I'm going to yank you back. So there's a pleasant consequence to pulling behavior, which will then influence the animal's choice. I think very often what we label as dominance can very often be just, if we just remove that label and we look at the animal's behavior, we can explain it in other terms. And again, I would not use, for me, dominance as a mythologist has to do with the priority of access to resources.
So along the lines of priority of access to resources, when I got my puppy, I was taught in the dog training course that I took with him that this is taught in a lot of dog/owner training. Because a lot of dog training is actually owner training.
Yeah,
right,
sure. I mean, you have to set up the situation to work for you and the animal. But again, I would not frame that in terms of dominance. Dogs form relationships with us, but as far as I know, from the ethological perspective, we have no role in a dominance hierarchy among dogs. They know that we are different, and they will respond, they will learn to expect that in this context, that will happen, in that context, that will happen. And so we can often reframe that from in a different learning system than dominance.
That's a novel perspective, because I think that so much of what's out there in terms of dog/owner training is really about not so much dominance, but really trying to establish a relationship where it's clear that you're the caretaker, to quote unquote make them feel safe, so that their job is very clear, so they don't feel the anxiety of needing to perform roles that perhaps are yours. There's a lot like what you hear when you hear about parent-child training, basically.
Yeah.
So maybe, given the sort of pattern of your answers over the last couple of questions, I should ask the question, which is a really straightforward one, which is, how do you think about animals? Like what is your view of animals when you think about them? I know you're interested in their welfare and improving their well-being and conditions, but how do you, like when you see an animal, most people say, okay, well, that's a dog, that's a horse, that's a parrot. can I interact with it? Maybe I don't want to, or maybe I have a phobia. Who knows? But how do you think about animals? Like, what's driving this inquiry in terms of their emotional and their cognitive life?
First of all, I think that we humans are also an animal species, and that we tend to sort of put ourselves on a pedestal and thinking that we are one, and that animals are like the other, as if it were homogeneous, which it really isn't. So each animal species have their own we have our own adaptations, and each animal, all the other animal species that we surround ourselves with do as well. So don't know if that really answers your question, but I tend to, so the work I do is to sort of try to help animals live better lives with humans. And that very often starts with understanding how that animal species would live in the wild, and the type of life that they have, whether they're a predator, whether they're a prey animal species, how they process the world, the type of information that they take in. So for instance, we might see a dog who's wagging his tail, and we might think that it's only happy dogs that wag their tails, but actually tail wagging is seen in many different contexts. And we might think of it as a visual communication thing, but actually it could be that they're dispersing scent. The tail wag will sort of, that scent will waft over to you so you can take in information about my current emotional state.
They definitely have scent glands back there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, interesting. So can we interpret dog wags of different types? Is there a way to do that?
So one very interesting thing is that dog wagging with a predominant left wag.
Left for the dog?
Left for the dog. So he's wagging on the left-hand side of his body. Tends to be associated with negative emotional states. And on the right tends to be associated with positive emotional states. And the same, cats tend to look at the world from the left when in a negative emotional state, and from the right when in a positive emotional state.
So looking from the left, meaning the left eye slightly forward, the head tilted, so the right eye.
Taking in that information with this eye.
So okay.
If you're scary,
some people are just listening; they're not watching, so they can't see this. So what Carolina is describing is if the head is turned slightly to the side, so the left eye is forward.
Yeah.
That's it.
So they're looking at the stimulus with their left eye if that stimulus is fear-inducing.
And the opposite to the right side if it's more attractive to them. Or,
so this is lateralized.
Interesting. And then the tail wag, you said a dog wagging on the left-hand side or negative right-hand side. What about full sweeps?
Yeah, full sweeps, and I don't know the details here, but certainly the type of tail wag, whether it's sort of very low and fast, or whether it's high and sort of stiff, will communicate different emotional states.
Do you think that over time we learn these signals without realizing that we learn these signals?
Yes, absolutely.
Because we associate it with our dog being in a particular circumstance or behaving in a certain way.
So studies have shown that we humans are actually, we learn to read dogs by exposure, even passive exposure, just living in an environment. And apparently it's if we live in a culture where dogs live close with humans, we get better in reading dogs, and then in cultures where dogs don't interact that much with humans. So there's that. And there's also the issue that we are typically better at reading gross body language than we are at reading facial expressions. Apparently one of the reasons being that dogs move different facial muscles when they make emotional facial expressions. They move different muscles than what humans do.
What can you tell us about the facial expressions of dogs?
Well, there's been some studies in the last couple of years that have looked at which muscles are moving when, in which contexts. So they'll expose the dog to different types of stimuli, and they'll film the dog and look at what muscles are twitching, where's the face moving in response to these stimuli. So those types of studies have found that when a dog is exposed to, let's say, thunder or fireworks sounds, they will show a certain facial configuration. When their owner returns home after not being seen for several hours, they will show a different facial configuration and so on. So it seems that they do show facial expressions. It's just that some of those facial expressions it's not the same muscles that we show in the corresponding emotional state. So that would, I think, bias us to misreading dogs' facial expressions from that perspective. But then again, if we live with dogs, we won't observe just the facial expression, we will observe the entire dog. And we're often better off reading their body language than we are reading their facial expression, even though I think that studies also show that the face is where we look first.
Which behaviors in dogs are maintained from interactions with other dogs when they interact with humans? For instance, one is going to take a dog out on a walk and it's familiar with the sound of the leash coming off the hook or something like that. It's not uncommon for a dog to go into that long, full, front leg stretch that people call down dog, in yoga. So, and some people will say that's a kind of remnant of the puppy play kind of stance. Again, people say this stuff. People are often self-appointed dog experts. This is kind of interesting. Like that, and I've learned this from researching online that the various camps of quote unquote dog experts disagree vehemently with each other. I mean, they write to me saying, they're evil. This person is cruel. That they blame each other of animal cruelty for different training tools. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But dogs will do this down dog type movement, whatever it means, with other dogs, and they'll do it with humans. Do you think it means the same thing in those two different contexts?
Most probably does. That play bow that you're describing is what's referred to as a meta signal for play. So it's typically shown in a play context. I haven't seen it described, but then again, I'm not a dog owner, but I haven't seen it described in the context of let's go for a walk. But certainly in the play context, as far as I know, dogs play a bit differently with humans than they do with other dogs, but they do enjoy play with humans. And sometimes I think we humans have a hard time knowing whether what we're seeing is play or aggression, because there will be elements from the aggressive repertoire within the play bow. So typically what we can do then is look for what's referred to as MARS, M-A-R-S, so M being the meta signals, so those play bows, or in other species it will be other behaviors that are sort of indicating that I want to play. I know chimpanzees have like 30 or 50 different meta signals for play. A is for activity shift, so we'll see different behaviors. They might be chasing, they might be pouncing, they might be wrestling, biting each other, but you'll see these activity shifts, and it's not in the same order as it would be if they were truly fighting. M-A-R is for role reversals, so you'll see that the dogs, if they're of different sizes or different sort of stamina, or how big they are, or how competent fighters they are, would be that they'll take turns winning and losing.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, because it's not fun playing if you lose all the time. So in order to keep playing, the bigger dog needs to lose sometimes. So they need to, in order to keep this interaction going, that's the way to do that. And the last one, S, is self-handicap. So the larger dog will self-handicap themselves. You might see them doing a tug of war, and the large dog is just standing there and holding the thing, and the small dog is like pulling it and really trying to get the thing, and the big dog is just standing there doing nothing. But then if a human takes over the toy and starts pulling, then the big dog will engage and start showing more of his strength and escalate that behavior.
It's a beautiful thing when you see animals adjusting their level of kind of vigor in play, so that the play can continue. And it's very sweet. I mean, it speaks to a bigger question, which is, do dogs have empathy?
Oh, I think so, absolutely. I can't say I've seen any studies on it, but just yeah.
I mean, I think
so.
Many dog owners are familiar with when we're grieving. A dog will often come closer as opposed to moving further away. I mean, I've seen some incredible moments. You know, we interpret these things, right? We anthropomorphize.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I had someone in my home years ago who was grieving a death in her family, and Costello came in and, you know, put a paw on her knee, and it's hard to not interpret that as a meaningful moment of empathy. And who knows what he was experiencing? Maybe he was experiencing distress, for all I know. But the more pleasant interpretation is that he wanted to extend comfort.
I think it makes sense from the evolutionary perspective that social animals who live in a cohesive social group are good at reading each other's emotional state, and also good at sort of trying to buffer negative emotions if it's possible to do that. And so I would expect it with any of the sort of more cognitively advanced species. I would expect some type of empathy.
I'd like to take a quick break and acknowledge our sponsor, AG1, of neurotransmitters and neuromodulators, things and tissues of the body. So anytime somebody asks me if they were to only take one supplement, what that supplement should be, I always say AG1, because AG and much more. Again, that's drink AG1, including faster muscle recovery, improved skin health and wound healing, improvements in acne, reduced pain and inflammation, even mitochondrial function, and improving vision itself. What sets Juve lights apart and why they're my preferred Juve products. Again, that's Juve, spelled JOOVV.com/Huberman to get up to $400 off. I've always been delighted and curious about the fact that if two animals of the same species both receive a treat, it seems that they are paying attention to how much treat the other is getting. And as a sibling, I have an older sister who I get along very well with, and always have. But when we were kids, I'll never forget if there was a treat like a milkshake or something, she would point out that she had slightly more than I did. If there was a slice of cake or something, it was as much as we would look at the slice of cake being served to us, we were looking to see how much the other one got. And this was a reflexive thing, and we're not competitive in any dimension, really. We've always respected each other's strengths and weaknesses in a way that's very complementary. But when it comes to treats, humans and dogs pay a lot of attention to who's getting what.
Fairness. There was this experiment done on capuchin monkeys by Franz de Waal and his team. And apparently they did it, they published a paper on it, and nobody read it. And then like a decade later, in preparation for a presentation, they redid some of the experiment and filmed it, and he shared that on the presentation. I don't know if you've seen it, but essentially it's two capuchin monkeys, and they're next to one another so they can each see what the other is getting. And they're asked to do a task, like the researcher hands them a rock and they hand it back to the researcher, and then they get a reinforcer, so a treat as payment for that behavior. And so the first monkey gets a piece of cucumber, and he's happy he eats that cucumber. And then the researcher turns towards the second monkey and requests the same behavior, gets the same behavior, and feeds that animal a grape. And capuchins are not too enthusiastic about cucumbers, but they really love grapes. So when she then turns back to the first monkey again and repeats the behavior and again feeds that one a cucumber that he was happy to eat like 30 seconds ago, he actually throws a tantrum and throws it back at the researcher, sort of going, I saw that you fed the other guy a grape. And the audience is laughing, so it's like, I think we all recognize that situation, that we take affront to somebody else getting paid better for the same quality of work.
Yeah, I'm always interested in these studies that every few years, I didn't know that one, so thank you for sharing that, where there's something about resource allocation that's revealed. And then for every one of those, there will be a study that shows, for instance, and I'm not going to get the details right here, but that crows will teach each other ways to open boxes so that another one can get food, even if they don't have access to that food. Just it seems like an act of altruism. So we'll see fairness, we'll see altruism. A very different picture than this whole notion of dominance hierarchies in every member of a species is just trying to get the most that they possibly can, even at the expense of others. It's beautiful in a way, and we again have to be careful not to anthropomorphize, to not assume that members of a species are doing this because they're benevolent. That's I like that interpretation. But maybe, as you pointed out before, that having a happy group makes for more happiness for oneself.
Absolutely. I think if the group is doing well, then everybody's better off. So we used to think that there was just sort of individual selection, but there is a certain amount of group selection also. The individual selection is stronger, but certainly if there's a group that collaborates better, that will do better than the group that isn't collaborating as well. And it's interesting, you've mentioned a few times now the risk of anthropomorphism. And I think that if we look at that as a sort of continuum from anthropomorphism, which we might then define as, thinking that animals are just the same as humans. It's simply just that they have some fur, so they're a bit different, but more or less the same. And on the other side is what we might refer to as anthropodenial. And that was a term coined also by Franz de Waal, the one with the Capuchin experiment, where we don't recognize that, in fact, there are commonalities between humans and other species. And I think that in our sort of fear of anthropomorphism, we have fallen into anthropodenial. And I think that the answer is probably somewhere in the middle, that we do share lots of commonalities with animals. I think that, for instance, even though our perception of the world might be really different, how we process that information and the types of emotional and mood responses, changes in mood that we get in response to the environment are very much the same, although different stimuli that different animal species pay attention to that are more or less relevant to them depending on which species it is. But I think that we've fallen into, we've so avoided this topic of anthropomorphism, we're so afraid of it that we've fallen into the other trap, which is sort of denying that they have anything to do with us.
Let's talk about a species that can be divisive. Cats.
Oh.
My sister has cats, and I don't like them. I can't say I gravitate toward them, but I don't dislike them.
Yeah.
You do own a cat.
Yep.
And you're an animal ethologist. Tell us about cats from the perspective of an animal ethologist. When you look at a cat, what are you looking for to tell you something about whether or not it's a friendly cat? I mean, obviously, if its hair standing up on its back and it's arching and it's hissing, it's obvious. But what are you looking at in the context of the way that cats evolved in their species in general?
So the common house cat that we have today as pets evolved as a solitary hunter, but that aggregates in social groups, loose social groups, so they sort of hang out together, but it's not this really cohesive group, and they hunt on their own, so they'll eat on their own. So, and me as an ethologist, what I tend to do when I look at an animal species is I look at three things. I look at their social environment. So typically with cats, I would then say that they should, if they are raised well, so they've had the opportunity of spending enough time with mom. Typically it should be up to 14 minutes, which I think that is very student nowadays. I don't know how it is in the US, but that seems to be long enough for the animal to actually learn how to cat, so that they don't get too emotionally disturbed by the separation that's going on. So just looking at the social rate is one thing I do, the first thing. The second thing that I do is I look at how do they get food. So again, cats are solitary hunters, so I would look into ways of, and they, as opposed to dogs, cats typically their prey to a place where they feel safe.
So it's not a gift. You can put that one to
I
rest.
wouldn't say, I do not call that a gift.
I had a girlfriend in graduate school, and her cat would catch these very large mice in our shoes at night. It was dreadful.
Would the cat put them in the shoes, or would the mice hide in the shoes?
Well, they were dead when we found them, so I'm assuming that the cat would put them in the shoes. The cat also loved to retrieve tinfoil balls. I've never seen a cat retrieve. At first, I wasn't too enthusiastic about the cat, and then I developed a really close relationship. At least from my side, I thought it was a close relationship. And he would catch mice in our shoes at night. We still pretty unpleasant. You had to check your shoes in the morning. So those weren't gifts.
I would not assume that they were gifts. No. From what I know, cats will sort of bring back what they catch to a place where they feel safe. Then they often lose interest if it's not moving anymore. And if your cat or that cat killed the mice, that cat had progressed to the actual killing bite. Many cats don't do that. They only have a grab bite, so they'll just let the little rodent go to run off.
I've seen that when they'll play with them, right?
So they'll let it go, and if the mouse is still, they can actually just sort of escape attention, because the cat might grow bored and walk away. But the moment they start moving it again, then they're sort of restarting that whole predatory sequence again. But back to your question about how to interact with cats, or how to read them. So that would be the third thing that I'm looking at, is how do the animal species in front of me, how do they respond to perceived threat? And I'm saying perceived threat here because sometimes we are well-intended, we're like, hi, and we want to hug them because we're primates, and they read them like that. So they will respond to us as if we were a predator. And I think that, again, comes down very much to the types of interactions, social interactions, the type of learning that the animal has had when they're really young. So, for instance, there's a study showing that if you handle young kittens between the ages of like 2 and 8 weeks for at least an hour a day, and when I say handle, I just mean that sort of interact with them and play and have them all sort of on your lap and so on, they will become very social as adults. So they will be the type of cat that will jump up into your lap and fall asleep purring. If you interact with that young kitten less than like 15 minutes a day, they won't be fearful of humans, but they'll be more like walking up to you and saying hi and then walking away. The aloof cat. Yeah, so I think the early life experiences with someone that's like, you can't even produce offspring. However, one other exception that came to mind was ungulates. Sometimes, and I have this memory of I was in Africa back in 1995, at the Chimpunji Wildlife Orphanage, walking chimps into the forest to sort of rehabilitate them. And then they had a young diker there, which is a very small, like, gay hive, who had been orphaned and bottle raised, and sexually imprinted on humans. So he came up and started, humping me, more or less thinking that I was his kind. So that type of sexual imprinting is when predominantly, I think, males learn, they imprint sexually on the type of individual that raised them. So that's the type of individual that they will then later also try to. I think Conrad Lawrence had also in his one of his books described also raised from young and who started courting someone, and the interesting story there was the courting behavior in this bird is vomiting, leaving like a present, and offering food in any open surface, or orifice. So he would try to sort of get her to open her mouth, and when she didn't,
disgusting. People can offset their disgust by provide a link to the now very famous picture of Conrad Lorenz, who won the Nobel Prize, I believe, for his discoveries about imprinting, where the geese would imprint on him as him swimming in a lake with the trail of baby geese behind him, the goslings behind
So
him.
that's the other type of imprinting you're talking about. That's filial imprinting. So there are two types. There's the sexual imprinting, where you learn who to mate with, and there's the filial imprinting, where you sort of learn who to feel safe with. So they start following that.
Which is what dogs with us.
Actually, I would say that dogs don't imprint on humans. They grow attachment bonds to humans.
What's the difference?
So imprinting is typically a very fast process. It occurs within minutes or hours. Attachment takes longer and involves more senses. So imprinting tends to be, I think, visual, if I'm not mistaken, perhaps olfactory in some species. And attachment has previously mostly been studied in humans. So this bond that grows between caregiver and spring. What's interesting also is that that attachment bond grows different ways depending on how the caregiver responds to the young ones. Essentially. So you can have a secure attachment bond where the caregiver is very reliably responds to the needs of the young one. So that if they find themselves alone, they can self-regulate better, so their nervous system can more easily calm down again after a stressor than if they are insecurely attached. And so it seems that dogs form, rather than imprinting on humans, they form a type of attachment bond, and they can also be securely or insecurely attached to their persons.
That's going to open up a whole set of ideas for people, because this whole notion of secure, insecure, and then the D-babies and the classic Wolby experiments that we've talked about before on this podcast, where this kind of disorganized response is something that is thrown around a lot nowadays in dating culture, relationship, pop psychology culture, like are people, is he or she securely attached? Is he or she avoidant? Is he or she anxious attached? Guess what, folks? It's also in your pets. So now you can start to get into that. In those classic experiments of Bowlby, just to summarize very briefly, mother and, it was typically mother, although other caretakers now have been tested, but mother and child are separated. There's a predictable, understandable, and healthy anxiety response that occurs. If the conditions are right, the kid eventually comes to play and relax a bit. If the conditions aren't right, they don't. That's all healthy. But the real test is on reunion with mom.
Yeah. And also how they respond to a stranger.
Right, the strange situation test, right? Do they feel comforted, and how do they approach mom when mom comes back? Is it eager to see and relax? Is it uncertain? Is it avoidant? That's what this test is about.
More clingy also. So the same types of experiments have been done on dogs, and it's been found that certain dogs are sort of insecurely attached. They'll be clingy or avoidant, and some are securely attached, so they'll be sort of more explorative. They'll recover quicker from this separation.
So this is great. So if people drop off their dog at the dog sitter when they travel and come back, the reunion tells you a lot about how that dog feels.
Yeah. Sadly, I think that and I'm not sure that I have any backup in any scientific studies here, but I suspect at least that probably early weaning predisposed dogs to insecure attachment.
In this country, the typical idea is that puppies can be separated from their mother at about 8 weeks. Do you feel that's too early?
Yeah, as an ethologist, sort of looking at how the species live in the wild, what type of social interactions they have, and how can we best provide an environment to sort of promote natural behavior. For me, 8 weeks is way too early. So we have some studies from the, 60s or something, where I think two researchers called Scott and Fuller did some separation studies, but that was with dogs aged like 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks. and they found that that type of early separation was really detrimental.
Sure.
But as far as I know, there's been very few studies done beyond 8 weeks. And of course, many people would then say that, okay, well, we have to do all that socialization stuff where the animal learns to sort of accept life with humans. That would then have to occur at the breeders rather than in the new environment. But actually, I'm not so sure, because it seems that if you have secure attachment, you're better able to self-regulate after being exposed to something that will dysregulate you. So you have an event happening, you get anxious and sort of fearful, and that then your nervous system is able to calm down again. And so I think that if we simply allow dogs to have secure attachment, then perhaps the need for this, sometimes this socialization procedures are very elaborate. There's like a list of 100 things that the dog needs to be exposed to. Men with beards, children aged 12, and people with shoes, certain types of shoes, and the vacuum cleaner, and so on and so on. There's a whole list of things that you need to expose an animal to. And I would think that if the animal is securely attached, so that they have learned self-regulation, being exposed to those things will not be such a big deal. But I don't think that we have the research to back up that assertion quite yet.
I love this notion because we can't prepare humans, including ourselves, or animals for every circumstance, but we can train up neural circuits. I'm a neurobiologist after all. And so I like to think of this more as opposed to preparing for events, you prepare for processes. So, much has been said on this podcast and others about like deliberate cold exposure. Why take a cold shower? It's not about the specific benefits of the cold shower. It teaches you how to navigate having high adrenaline in your body, which is the universal generic response to stress. So you can export self-regulation from one situation to the other. What you're describing is a much more important life stage example than deliberate cold exposure. It's about, as you said, being able to navigate attachments that are there, then gone, then there again. This is one of my major concerns. We don't want to go off on a tangent too far here, but since humans are animals, as you pointed out, about texting, oftentimes texting can be a wonderful tool. It also can be a way that people don't learn to ever deal with, to self-regulate. You see this as the plane lands or the plane's taking off. People frantically texting, which can be about, hey, my plane just arrived. It can also be about an inability to just deal with the real-life uncertainty that you're not in charge of there. The pilots and the weather conditions are. So, in any case, I have a probably controversial question, but you can put some Pandora's boxes, so why not? I opted to neuter my dog. I did that when he was about 6 months old. I did that, honestly, reluctantly. People say, well, men with their dogs, and they don't want to neuter their dogs, and it's for these, whatever, Y chromosome-related reasons or something. Perhaps it is. But really the reason I was reluctant was, A, I thought I might want to breed custom at some point. The other is I spent 2 years of my life studying and researching and actually publishing papers on the effects of early androgens on, I had a minor role in that study, but effects of early androgens on brain development. And you don't have to spend long in that field of hormones and development to know that hormones, testosterone and estrogen, have a powerful organizing effect on the brain of males and females. So,
and that also occurs during adolescence.
Right, and then there's the surge of hormone that comes. So right, there it happens in utero, and then those are the organizing effects, and then there are the activating effects, as you're pointing out, of hormones that then during puberty, the ovaries in females or the testes in males produce hormones that then act on this kind of template that was laid down. And so I knew that whatever testosterone, estrogen, etc., Costello had seen in utero, he'd seen, and that by removing his testicles. Let's be honest, what neutering is. All the men are cringing. Women are like, okay, got it. But if I said remove ovaries, they might have a different response. So by removing his testes, that he would not experience the activating effects of hormones. Okay, to make a long story short, it seemed he had a great life. He was a wonderful dog. When he got to be about 9 years old, he had a lot of joint aching and pain. He had some extensive nail growth that was really, really fast. Some things were odd. I opted to do an experiment, and I started injecting him with 50 milligrams of testosterone over a week. The response was incredible. His vigor returned, his joint pain, at least in terms of his willingness to go down the stairs quickly, to stand up quickly, incredible. He got 2 more years of what I thought was a great life. I hope it was. And what's interesting is that when I talked about this publicly on a few other podcasts, I injected my bulldog with testosterone after neutering him. I thought I was going to get a tsunami of criticism from the veterinary community. Instead, I received hundreds of emails saying, thank you. We actually actively discourage people from neutering their animals unless they're in a circumstance where that dog can get out and mate, because we don't need more strays. And there are a number of positive health benefits to keeping hormones intact. And I'm going to start doing what you did with some of my patient dogs. Not one vet, mind you, I have no training as a vet, not one vet said, hey, you were out of line doing that, you shouldn't have been doing that. And I'll tell you, if I get another dog and it's a male dog, I'll be very careful to not let him out. And I'll be very careful with the training so he's not excessively aggressive. But I'm not going to neuter him. And I know this is going to activate some people, but I'd love your thoughts on neutering in male and female dogs in particular, given everything that you and I know about hormones and what we just talked about.
You're touching on several different things that I think are interesting. One, that it's very much a cultural phenomenon. That in Norway, I know that you're not allowed to neuter dogs unless for medical reasons.
Really?
Yeah. And in Western Australia, you're not allowed not to neuter dogs unless for medical reasons or if you want to breed them. So it's like very cultural whether neutering is something that you do or not in any given location. That's one. The second thing is that you said that neutering is about removing testicles. Actually, there's other procedures that can be done, which is essentially snipping the connection. So not removing testicles so that they continue producing all the stuff that they produce, but they can't reproduce sexually.
Yeah, why don't we just get them vasectomies with it?
Yeah, so the vasectomies, and for females, the corresponding procedure would that be to sort of whatever it is.
Tie the tubes.
Yeah, tie the tubes, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And there's also a third option, which is chemical castration. That's reversible. That you can try to see what behavioral effects you get from a change of hormonal status. There's also this interesting thing that the knowledge of the effects of castration or of neutering has really changed a lot in the last 20 years or so. It used to be in the 1990s that it used to be recommended because they would reproduce and there'd be less humping and so it was sort of promoted with regards to certain behavioral changes. Later studies have shown, and there's like more than 20 in the last 20 years or so, have shown that quite consistently that some of the effects of neutering might be particularly in males. And it depends on the age at which this is done. So, and it has to do with the activation process, of course. Is that you see an increase in fear, an increase in reactivity, aggressive behavior. You might see an increase in noise sensitivity, and so on.
150 North Road, west of I-575. Plan your alternates there. Traffic brought to you by Dairy Queen. Get a big summer flavor in every bite with the new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu featuring new mixing bowl.
One of these objects could strike the earth, doing to us what was done to the dinosaurs. Imagine that in the blink of an eye. No warning. Came out of the sun. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art. It's Chris.
Hey, Chris.
Fairbanks, Alaska. This young lady and non-definite kayak.
Hey, Octo.
Yeah, it's actually warmer up here than the East Coast again.
Is it really?
Mm-hmm.
How, one above? Oh, all of one above.
Well, it's up to 10 today. Towards the t-shirt weather.
Yes.
One of the things I wanted to talk about was the mass consciousness experiments.
Oh, yes.
And I'd actually decided to set up a site to try and conduct these. I got an email address and everything for it. I was wondering if I could give that out up there.
Let's back up a little bit.
Okay.
What kind of mass consciousness experiments would you be conducting?
The FBI top 10 most wanted list, for instance. If we could actually use mass consciousness to capture them. Stuff like that.
All right.
Because those are the only type that...
Let me see.
All right.
Why not we see a repeat don't catch bad guys, okay? We don't know exactly enough about this power. Very brief power. It might be able to go in that experimental, no matter how long it cause many to see. Now, maybe I can have my mind changed on that. We don't understand enough. And we're made of things. Let me give you what it is, right? Let's say they tell mass consciousness experiment and so-and-so is dead. Is that as bad as that so-and-so was, would end up, oh God, saving a president's life or something. I mean, you're tampering with forces that you don't understand, and I don't.
Well, if it's going to actually happen that way, then I think God would intervene in it.
Well, there's this free will thing, and maybe part of it influences a power like this. So my answer to you is that I would prefer not to be part of that kind of experiment.
Well, the other thing I wanted to get a hold of too is people out there seem to have these experiences to go on in their lives. This one guy this week was talking about how he was planning to go to Gettysburg and do some sort of mail from New York City, and all of his postcards now with the Gettysburg picture on them. And I want to try and get a hold of some of those.
It's not exactly an uncommon. Sort of thing. Pretty common electronic site, right?
New York City.
Well, yeah, I think you're sorting mail. I mean, it's common on a postcard.
Yeah, but the postcards in New York City, what are they doing with the Gettysburg postcard? We don't even have them up here.
Yeah, it's interesting. I know, but no, I don't know. There are. I mean, there are well, yes, there are coincidences. I suppose you can use that phrase with a broad stroke to try to provide some sort of meaning, but there are, in fact, coincidences. Things do happen that are coincidences. And as our mind tries to make sense, for example, of misshapen objects on Mars that we see a little blurry, like clouds, oh, there's Uncle Fred. That, and it's the same sort of thing. We have Gettysburg on mind, and you see Gettysburg, and we think, oh, paranormal occurrence. Well, maybe not. Maybe it is a coincidence. First time, caller line, you're on here.
Hi, Art. This is Chris from Colorado.
Hey, Chris.
I love your show. It's such a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you.
I'm a little nervous here. Something happened to me about 25 years ago, and I figured with your experience, maybe you can tell me what it was. My sister and I, we grew up in Wisconsin, and one night we went to bed, and our beds, we had twin beds, they went parallel. I saw this green glowing object under my sister's bed. So the next morning I get up thinking it's some glow-in-the-dark ball or something.
All right, let me stop you right there. What's your sister's name?
My sister's name is Lynn.
up in the middle of the night and saw a green glowing object under the woman's bed, why didn't you say, "Hey, William, there's something glowing under your bed"?
I did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I did. And at the time, in the beginning, we thought nothing of it. We thought, because we were kids in our early teens, we thought we left something there. So the next morning, I get up and I go, look, there's nothing there. Well, the next night, it's back. Now I'm thinking I had an older brother. I thought, okay, he's playing a joke on me. And so once again, I tell him, stop it. We know you're doing something. He's like, he didn't know what we were talking about. Well, then the next night, it appears under my bed. And then the night after that, I see it under our desk. The night after that, my sister sees it under the dresser. And of course, we're freaked out. You know, we're 13, 12 years old. And we're like, you get up and look. I'm not getting up going to look. Well, finally, it went out about a week. And I get up with courage and I say to it, okay, we see you. You know you're here. Go away. Leave us alone. And we never saw it again.
Well, let me tell you something. Young, pleasant, good young ladies like yourself, stuff like that happens around them because they have all kinds of radio hormones and stuff that they produce. Don't know them. It's very well documented, and they produce anomalous things like that around them. So think about that. Could be.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, sir.
Later. Wildfire line. Down here east of the Rockies around here. Hello. 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 Yes, hello. You're on the air. Surprise. Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry.
I'm calling from Indiana. It's evident.
Yes, sir.
And I fairly do programs. I've done a lot of people call things in southern Indiana. And I'm going to be doing some gardening down there this summer. Kind of in a secluded area. And it kind of worries me about the amount of people that call in from southern Indiana. I'm wondering if your experience, you know, any like UFO repellent or alien repellent, you know, something just to my mind is easy.
Well, yes, actually, we have a combination spray, alien, and UFO repellent. $19.95.
Excellent.
Absolute results guaranteed, or your money back, if you can make it back.
Okay. Well, I noticed a lot of people call in from that area. I kind of get freaked out. Some of the pretty secluded areas all summer.
Yes, dark areas,
Dark wooded.
where things could come out of the bushes behind the trees. You could be part of the ground before you know what hit you.
Yeah.
Well, have a good summer.
All right.
All right, take care. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Oh, hi, Art. This is Edna. I'm in Montrose, California, which is near LA.
Yeah.
Hey, couple things. First, you know, there's no Tesla museum in the United States.
Tesla Museum? You're right. There isn't, is there?
The only museum I know about is in, they used to call Yugoslavia, Serbia, Belgrade. And there's nothing for...
Now, why do you suppose that is?
I don't know. He did most of his inventing or discovering of inventions here in the U.S.
Why do you think that Tesla has not been appropriately recognized for his contributions?
The powers that be. The people trying to keep him out of the...
Maybe his contribution was too big.
That could be. That might be. And another important question, and I gotta find out about this. Are we ever going to find out or get some Art Bell and Ramona Bell sauce?
Well, I don't know. That's a very good question. Pizza Punch, we called it. Remember?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I don't have the answer to that question. I still don't. I'm sorry, I don't. It's a long story, but in Paris we went to this very interesting, tiny restaurant run by an Italian on the outskirts of Paris, and he had this incredible sauce that we put on a cheese pizza there, and Ramona being very talented at discerning what's in a bottle, and he brought this bottle out with all these ingredients, you know, you can see all floating in there, and oh my God, it was good. The pizza, it was really good. And Ramona identified and then replicated, back engineered, if you will, the pizza sauce when we got home. And she nailed it, I'll tell you right now, because I love that stuff. I love it. However, we have never divulged
Rockies, call toll-free at 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, call Art at 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art Bell by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903.
In the universe.
I was actually going to see if your guest would discuss symbolism at all.
No, he's not here yet.
Oh, he's not?
No.
Okay.
Haven't you been listening?
Pardon me?
Haven't you been listening?
Well, you usually tell us to turn off the radio.
Just
I guess I turned it off too early.
All right. Well, if you have any thoughts on mass consciousness, which is what he'll be talking about when he does get here, you're welcome to express them. What do you think?
Well, I guess my interest lies in programming and symbolism. As we grew up, we're
Programming and symbolism.
Yeah, we're programmed through our surroundings, etc. And I find it interesting that as you get older, your programming exists, and we're all programmed sort of together with the same surroundings around us. And that's sort of, I find that an interesting topic, and I wonder, well, maybe you could ask your guest about that.
I will. It is interesting. Yeah, very interesting, actually. We are all programmed by our environment, right? By the things that happen to us, by the news that we see every day, by the shared experiences we have, and this has a fascinating impact on a society. I mean, potentially, think about it a little bit. In the old days, before mass communications, we were still all shaped by our environment. But the difference now is that our environment is so connected that we're all influenced by exactly the same things. We watch CNN or CNN International. We have the internet where ideas are spread at the speed of light. We have so much interconnectivity that our environment is so similar that, I don't know, how do you think that's affecting us? Do you think it actually might slow the process of evolution? For example, there are many who maintain that the process of evolution itself occurs because of large, dramatic, traumatic events like rocks falling from the heavens, and wiping out the dinosaurs and allowing man to come forth. That's what creates the leaps in evolution. Well, do you get those kinds of leaps when you have a homogenized world in touch with itself? I don't know. Interesting. First time on the line, you're on the air. Hi. Now you're on the air. Hello.
Hey.
Yes, sir.
Senator, California.
And your first name? Steve, okay.
Long-time listeners, first time I called, obviously.
Well, thank you. For not abusing the first-time caller.
Two things that kind of blend into one. Weapons of mass destruction,
yes,
and the thing about all the hoopla about can we afford to go to Mars and the moon.
Maybe we find the weapons of mass destruction, we can blow ourselves to the moon.
That's true. And my big question, which I hear nobody asking, is where are they? Not did he have them?
Oh no, they are asking that. Well, they're asking both. Were they ever really there in the first place? And secondly, of course, where the hell are they?
Well, unless he lied to the UN in his declaration that he had large amounts of several different types of soundtracks included, they were there, and if we don't find them, then where are they?
You're not accusing Saddam Hussein of lying, are you?
Well, I'd accuse him of almost anything and go to sleep at night.
Yeah, I don't know. For the first time, the administration seems to be leaning toward suggesting that even they are beginning to believe there may not have been any weapons of mass destruction. There was a new team taking over, and the old team said, they weren't there. No way. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, George.
Hello.
Well, when I hear you talking to Richard C. Hoagland or Richard C. Hoagland about Mars, Peter Davenport about UFOs and so forth, I always wonder what the rest of the world is doing or thinking about this. For instance, the other the other industrialized nations, for instance. For instance, if aliens really did crash at Roswell, or if in some other way we're back engineering stuff, are the French back engineering stuff too? Are they having symposia and talking about UFOs the way we are, and the whole question of the militarization of space and Richard C. Hoagland's theory that perhaps the computer control of the rover was interfered with. It was the programming was taken over, and also possibly Hubble's going to be blinded on purpose, so nobody will be able to know what's going on. All this stuff.
The great conspiracy.
No. I'm not necessarily saying there are conspiracies, but
there are.
But we shouldn't only talk about what the thinking is, what's going on in this country. Is what I'm trying to say.
I don't know. The French, and you brought them up. They're so self-centered. They probably were thinking UFOs, if they did land, would only land in Paris anyway.
So that could be.
I don't know what other countries think. Thank you very much. I think that the Chinese are probably, you know what? They're the reason that we're announcing we're going back to the moon. Because now we have somebody to race with, right? The Chinese, they said they're going to send men to the moon. So now we're in a race again. So go back to we can't let China beat us to the moon, even though we've already gone, according to the larger percentage of you out there anyway. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. And you, sir?
David from Bryan, Texas.
All right, Bowman.
And I had a couple of things. One had to do with the possible artifacts on Mars.
Okay.
And I think that there's a possibility that during Noah's flood, Mars was the planet that brought the ice to the Earth, almost hit it in the ocean. They had touched it, and the superior people of Noah's day had their own boats trying to survive the flood. And that may be the artifacts at the top of the sea that touched Mars. Left behind.
Well, you really can't rule anything out. I mean, we could be Martians.
Well, I was thinking on the order of 100-mile tidal wave, 100-mile high, reaching like a teardrop toward Mars, the way the moon pulls the tide. If Mars came within about 100 miles of the Earth, any ice on its surface would have been lost to the Earth.
Well,
the ice caps
all these
across Texas
millions of years ago, we really have no way of knowing what happened, do we? We know a couple of things, or we think we know a couple of things. One, that there is water on Mars now, probably subterranean. As a matter of fact, they found a Mars rock, I'll tell you about that tomorrow, here on Earth, that would seem to suggest also that indeed there was, and there's minerals affected in a certain way by water. And they found that in a rock that they know somehow is from Mars. Now, don't ask me how they know the rock is from Mars, but we think we know there was water there and there was air there. There's every probability with water and air that you might have life. All those millions of years ago. And then the imagination, of course, goes to work. And we know that Mars got ruined. They lost what atmosphere they had. They lost the surface water. And there was some sort of catastrophic event. Could we be Martians? No, could be. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yeah, I heard.
Hi. What is your
way of pizza sauce recipe if it comes back 1,000-fold or not?
I don't know.
Could be a blessing or a curse karmically, huh?
Yeah, you never know.
Sure would like to hear it though.
I know.
Yeah, I heard a weird thing. I talked to a technician from a vet lab yesterday. I had to put my singing Schnauzer Max to sleep a couple weeks ago, and someone ended up with his collar, and the phone number was there, and I ended up hooking up with his technician, and she said that they had their first case of a cat getting heartworm. More interesting than that was she said that there was a human case of heartworm.
Heartworm in a human?
Yeah, I've never ever heard of that, and it supposedly fails. So you were talking about early diseases earlier.
Yeah.
I thought.
Yeah, species jumpers. Right.
Yeah, apparently that fits if it's true, but I don't understand why the hell she would make it up. Anyway, I thought maybe for an open line thing might be interesting. George laughed at me, but I was saying I've been seeing insects that are mutated, you know. I mean, I've been catching them and so forth. And another guy that's a teacher found some up here in Northern California too, and he saw the same thing I saw: 4-legged earwigs and 8-legged insects with head, thorax, and abdomen. Insects with 8 legs. Anyway, I'd like to say hi to my old Dutch sailing friend Big Al too, and
All
I'll
right.
let you off the air.
We'll
Thanks.
hold that at Big Al there. Thank you very much. Mutated insects, huh? Well, that would be a very bad sign. Very bad. Mutated insects, worms. Who wants to hear about a worm? Can you imagine having a worm in your heart, sitting down in front of your doctor? I'm sorry, son. We just did an MRI and there's a worm in there. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello. 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 Shall we dance? You're on the air. Oh, yes. Yes.
I'm like a kid, you know, and I have lots to ask you.
You what? You have a lot to ask me?
I'm a kid, and I
Yes.
have some questions to ask you.
Okay, fire away.
Okay, the first, who was God before God?
Who was God before? You are a kid, aren't you?
Yep.
Who was God before God? Adults are asked these kinds of questions all the time. And go out and play. You know, of course, I have no way of answering such a question. I honestly don't. Sorry, there is no quip I can give you or a little tiny bit of wisdom that would satisfy you. I don't know.
Okay, and
Nobody knows.
Okay, and do you know those shadow people?
The shadow people, yes.
Okay. Well, when I'm downstairs playing my game, nobody else is home. I'm like looking at like my dresser, and I see like those kind of shadows walk by, but nobody else is home. Is that one?
Is that a shadow person? Yeah, in all likelihood it is. Shadow people are something that came up during my last year of full employment here. And whatever they are, they're real. These are beings that you see usually just in your peripheral vision, you know, just off in the corner of your vision, and they sort of flit by. Well, more and more people began seeing them not only in peripheral vision, but straight on. And we just started calling them shadow people for lack of a better name, because they appear like a shadow, just here and gone, but definitely here, and that's the point. Here for a moment, here in some undetectable way. It is something. I don't know what, but it is something. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
I'll try and be brief.
Okay.
This past summer, I believe I was buzzed by one of those insect-sized surveillance planes that the government has been developing. And the reason I think this
insect,
is because
how small? How small?
it was about 10 feet away from me, so I would guess it was about, it looked kind of like a dragonfly, but it wasn't a dragonfly. It had a body that's maybe about...
So you think our government is building surveillance craft inside what would appear to be a big bug?
I've read some articles about things like that, yeah, they're developing that to use supposedly against our enemies.
Wow. That's pretty neat.
But I have a garden, and I see all kinds of bugs and birds and things, and it's like nothing I've seen before, and it was too big to be a dragonfly, but that's probably what it most closely resembled. And I wanted to call in a couple of weeks ago when you had...
You really think it was a government bug?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I could have misinterpreted what it was, but it didn't look natural. It didn't sound natural. It had a very mechanical kind of sound to it. It didn't sound like a bug buzzing.
That's way cool.
And I wanted to call in a few weeks ago when you had the robotics guy on, but I didn't have a chance. And so maybe the next time you have somebody who has expertise in that field, you can ask.
I guarantee you I will ask.
All right, I appreciate it.
All right, take care. What a concept. The government making bugs. Innocent little or not so little bugs, like something about the size of a dragonfly, to spy on Americans or our enemies. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art. It's
Hey.
Jerry from Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yes, sir.
Hey, man. About 5 years ago, you played a
show from this guy, Dr. Reed?
Oh, yes, Dr. Reed and his dog.
His dog that got turned inside out by the aliens?
Yes.
Hey, if you ever go on vacation or something, you know...
Would I play that program again?
Man, that was one of the best shows you ever did. I've been listening for about 10 years. And I played that for some of the guys that I work with. And, you know, they just couldn't believe it, you know.
Well, after we did that program, there were many internet investigations, and there are those who claim that they found Dr. Reed or one of his associates, that it was all bogus. But, you know, I had him on several times. And his story always remained consistent. And, of course, he had photographs. And it remains, to me, an intriguing story. And I don't know that it's all been busted as some sort of myth or put on or any of the rest of it. But I know there have been investigations. A very, very interesting story. West of the Rockies, you are on the air. Hello. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Hey, Ron, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. Turn your radio off and
off.
all right. Very good. You're in a truck, aren't you?
Yes, sir, I am. I'm right outside of a place called Lost Hills in California here.
All right.
And it's something I just got to tell you, Art. I phoned in one time and told it to George. I don't know if he took me serious or not, but I heard another guy call in on your show and said something similar, and this has been eating at me away. One time, it's got something to do about different dimensions.
Yes.
This is serious, Art. Now,
yes.
One time I just bought a brand new car back in '88, and I was fumbling with the radio and driving at the same time. I was on my way to the store. I just told my wife, baby, I'm going to run to the store. I'll be right back. Okay, now, while I was fumbling with that radio, I made a mistake and I ran the red light. And the car coming the opposite way passed right through me.
Well, believe me when I tell you, I've heard this from not just you, but many people, exactly the same thing. And the only thing that I can offer up to you is maybe there is some kind of cosmic reason for everything, and it wasn't your time.
Yeah, but it's something else to this here. Let me tell you what happened later.
Very quickly.
Okay, very quickly. Okay, so I went on, and I never told nobody until I talked with George about it about 5 months ago.
Yes.
Okay, now, back in, before that car passed through me, it was a guy that I knew that had gotten killed. And I just saw last week this guy in the paper in the obituary saying that he had just died. And I know this guy got killed back in '88. I remember it vividly. So I was thinking some kind of way I must have got knocked into another time zone or another dimension.
I've got the picture. Well, that goes along with like the Nelson Mandela stuff. And as far as the car passing through you, buddy, it just wasn't your time. That's about all I can offer up. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell.
Free Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
It is indeed. By the way, the webcam shot up there of me, I forgot to mention that in the first hour. That's smiling like a big Cheshire cat. I'm actually in our RV, and we're, I don't know, like 200 miles north of Las Vegas. And that picture was sent back to the page by internet, via internet service that I have. So that I need internet in the coach, right? And we've got cameras in there, and so that was pretty cool. We're about 200 miles from north of Las Vegas when we took that photograph. Anyway, coming up in a moment, one of my favorite topics of all time, really, or current time anyway, is mass consciousness and consciousness itself. And so Dr. Garland Landreth, he was the first to publish in a conservative peer-reviewed scientific journal about how the thoughts of individuals can actually influence the outer world by reducing such variables as crime, automobile accidents, even suicides. His research found that within our minds, we have the ability to decrease these negative variables simply by our thoughts alone. His research has been published in numerous peer-reviewed scientific journals. He's also taught at numerous psychology classes at major universities and even at the federal penitentiary at Leavenworth. At his first opportunity, he traveled to the Far East and studied several years in China, in India, in an attempt to understand the meaning of this life. Oh, I've got a question for him then. During this time, he lived as a monk while studying with some great teachers. Dr. Landreth received his master's in social psychology at the University of Kansas and later achieved his PhD in psychology. He has had thousands of individual and group training sessions that have helped clients become more attuned with their intuition and achieve a greater ability to listen to their own inner wisdom. In a moment, Dr. Landreth. And now, Dr. Garland Landreth. Doctor, welcome to the program.
Great being here, Art.
Is this your first time?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, glad to have you, and particularly on this topic. Just before we plunge into everything here, I thought I would ask you, certainly with your background, who was God before God?
Great one. Who was God before God?
Yeah.
Now that one is an interesting one. Let me think about that. I'm not sure I can give you an answer to that one right at the moment.
We'll let you meditate.
I think I probably need a long time to meditate on that one.
All right.
I think God always, what we probably term as a God has probably always been there, his existence itself. But we'll be getting into that in a roundabout way.
It's very hard to contemplate always been there. Always been there. Always been there. Well,
always
how can that
been
be?
there.
Yeah.
Kind of a difficult concept.
Can't get your mind around that. All right, in the meantime, let's begin at the beginning here. Before we even talk about this whole thing at large, I want to talk about what consciousness, what have you determined, Doctor, consciousness is? If we were to define it, come up with a Webster's thing, what is it?
I think, this is a great question. Great thinkers have actually been debating this one for thousands of years. And I think one question that can be related to this is why we have the ability to reflect about ourselves at all. I mean, it's kind of amazing that we have this experience to be able to have the experience of being in an experience. You know what I'm saying?
Are you saying then that the ability to reflect on one's own existence constitutes a part of consciousness or a component of it?
Yes, and it's just being in the experience itself, the fact that we're aware of it. And because, when you think about it from a Darwinian point of view, it's not very adaptable. I mean,
Do cats and dogs then, by extension, have that ability, or can you rule it out?
Well, that's a great question, and it's actually in the past 10 years, or I would say about 20 years ago, most scientists did not think that cats and dogs had the ability to self-reflect. But recent research has been finding that indeed cats and dogs probably do have a self-awareness. Maybe not as developed as ours, but they definitely have a self-awareness.
I think they do too.
I mean, they're quite amazing creatures, actually.
Well, indeed they are. You have to be very close to one or the other, some animal, to know. I'm not limiting it to cats and dogs either. I think animals have a concept of self-awareness. So that's part of the human consciousness, the ability to reflect on our own existence, and I suppose even beyond. That's maybe part of it, but there's got to be more.
There's a lot more, and because most Western scientists have considered consciousness simply to be a byproduct of brain material, and hence has very little relevance. The research that you've been doing with mass consciousness things, and the things that I've been involved with, and many others, have demonstrated that consciousness is far more than just a byproduct of brain matter.
I believe so, Doctor, and you and I are probably going to run into a brick wall somewhere along here because, in reading what I read at the beginning of the program, you're advocating, if I have this right, you're advocating the use of this power to decrease the negative variables that might be out there, like suicidal people, that sort of thing, with this power. Is that?
Yeah, yes and no.
Yes and no.
I'm saying that this is an interesting one because you're bringing up a very in-depth kind of discussion here at the very beginning. I would say that when you have more of that creative, positive force being stimulated, then those things go naturally down. It's not that you go out and you can, although you have demonstrated that you can do it by your intention alone, but this also can be done in another way through reducing the creative forces of energy and increasing the creative forces of energy. And it's a little bit different than intention. But we could probably,
well, how is it different?
Well, because, okay, let me give you some examples. There's some studies that have been done on group consciousness. Dr. Dean Rad, you've had him as your guest, right?
I've had Dean on the air, of course.
In one study he did, and I was going to go into this later, but we might as well start on it now.
No, let's just rock the way it goes. So.
Yeah, exactly. He had a series of experiments where they were actually looking at machines, random generating machines, but these were actually quantum machines.
Yeah.
And people could intend to change the behavior of those random generators. Now, a random generator is something like a 0 or 1. It produces a 0 or 1.
That's right.
Well, these machines are very sophisticated on a quantum level, and they actually, over time, over a short period of time, they will come up with almost 6% zeros and 6% ones. Exactly, so nothing else comes out.
Random number
Right,
generators.
exactly. And when you have the intention to change these, then you can change them with more ones or more zeros. And then the effect is rather small, but it's very consistent and it's been replicated thousands of times. And another thing that he was measuring was the group consciousness effect of large groups attending to huge events like these.
audience and for the electors how we're going to conduct these meetings. And it doesn't always work out, but it's a step in the right direction.
Since political analyst Bill Crane brought it up, I need to find out more about this. Larry Hansen is CEO and Executive Director of the Georgia Municipal Association.
In 2023, we were hearing a lot from city officials who were concerned about really just growing incivility in public life. And there was a lot of national data that we looked at. There was a 2019 survey that found that 93% of Americans believe that incivility has become a problem in our country. 60% said it was a major issue. And as government is the closest to the people, we felt cities were in a position to lead the way in setting a new tone for how to engage with one another. So we wanted to give the city the tools to just do that, because we were seeing on television, radio clips, others, really some difficult conversations and antagonism that are going on in public meetings, whether it's board of education meetings or city council meetings or county commission meetings. And we felt that we could develop a program that could perhaps make a difference. Was our goal.
Over 150 Georgia cities, big and small, have gone on the record embracing civility.
We have a model resolution that we send to a city, and they have to put that on their agenda. They have to adopt that resolution in a public meeting, and it reflects the principles of our Embrace Civility initiative.
Among the 9 pillars of civility, be considerate of others' opinions. Manage your emotions. Get curious instead of furious. Actively listen and ask questions to learn. And remember the acronym Q-tip. Quit taking it personal.
We're finding that when mayors read this into the record, it does just help communicate an expectation and sort of set a tone of we're willing to have a discussion about hard issues, but we can do it in a civil manner.
And do you see proof and do you hear proof that the civility pledge, the Embrace Civility Initiative actually makes a difference in before and after?
You know, we actually have had a number of cities tell us that it has influenced behavior. And it just helps calm things down and get people back in the lane and sort of set aside their emotion in the moment. And so we have had cities tell us that they believe, and many of them now that we're in year 3 of the program are renewing the program, and we continue to have additional cities that are doing it.
Larry Hansen is CEO and Executive Director of the Georgia Municipal Association, embracing civility.
Scottsdale, Georgia, every Thursday morning at 5:42, sponsored by Breda Pest Management. And coming up at 5:51, we'll update the latest rainy weather for you, get you to work on time. First off, time for your money. Let's hear from Bloomberg's Dan Schwartzman. Weight Watchers has been thrown the lifeline as the struggling company struck a deal. Drug maker Eli Lilly to help divers get access to vials of its weight loss drug Zepbound at a reduced price on the Weight Watchers website. The CEO of Ford Motors, Chief Harvey, says President Trump's backpedaling on his own tariffs on imported vehicles and parts by exempting car makers from other levies on steel and aluminum is the right thing to do. Farley Host says more help is needed to bring down costs before sticker prices rise this summer. More automakers are showing uncertainty on profit predictions. Jeep, Dodge, and Chrysler's parent companies Stellantis and Mercedes-Benz both cite the impact of tariffs for their withdrawals of full-year earnings guidance. Stock futures are up considerably before the open at 9:30 this morning. He mentioned Jim Farley, the Ford CEO there. Here's what he actually said when it comes to the prospect of rising vehicle prices. No matter about company profits, he talked to CNN's Aaron Burnett.
Are you confident at this point saying that there's not going to be any price increases coming from Ford trucks or cars this summer?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I'm not going to be specific about our pricing, but I will say one thing. We're announcing today that we're going to extend our employee pricing through July 4th. That's a big commitment. I don't know if the other competitors are going to be able to do that, but we want to keep our prices competitive and low. We sell some of the highest volume vehicles in America, like the F-150, and we think this is an opportunity for Ford having a different footprint. We have a different exposure to tariffs, and that to us is an advantage.
He says, unlike Stellantis and GM, Ford does expect to be able to meet its guidance for 2025 as previously announced. Stellantis joining GM saying it doesn't think so yesterday. Well, got a travel advisory. This will be on I-575 to the north, and you'll hear about that on our next Triple Team traffic report and next Read of the Radar. If you're hearing rain on the roof, how long is it going to last? That's coming in just 3 minutes as Atlanta's morning news continues. It is 5:48 now. That's a great time to get a guaranteed offer on your home from Mark Spain Real Estate at markspain.com.
Squirrels in your attic are not leaving without a fight. Scott Slade here. You need the Breda Wildlife Guarantee. It covers every entry point, old and new. Other companies only guarantee the entry point they seal. So each time that squirrel chews a new hole, and they will, it'll cost you hundreds more. But under the Breda Wildlife Guarantee, you stay protected at no additional cost.
A company that has been trusted in Atlanta for over 25 years has already done their hometown homework by having the very best people, fair, honest pricing, exceptional customer service, and a focus on high-quality work. That's us. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage, Entry Doors, and Windows. Sometimes new isn't better, like out-of-town home improvement companies invading Atlanta with their inflated pricing and subpar work. When trust matters, trust us. All the number 4 Seasons Garage.com. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking cybersecurity must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 300 megabit internet and security edge for $69 a month for 24 months. And ask how to get free installation on qualifying bundles. Plus, find out how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment and paperless billing and automatic payments with bank accounts. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After 24 months, regular rates apply.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Floraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk. If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and present rapidly, leading to irreversible decline. Now there's something you can do. Finley has replaced over 65,000 local roofs with high-quality roofing experience and expertise. FinleyRoofing.com. It's the phone at 6 o'clock or 15 times 35 30 less minutes. But a little bit of TV sports that was still that heavy downpour activity that is now drifting north of the city. So soon within the next 10 minutes, as we conduct 2020.
Mississippi River.
President Trump defends his tariffs after a government report shows the U.S. economy shrinking 0.3% during the first 3 months of this year. The president.
I feel the earth move under my feet. I feel the sky falling down. Oh, Daddy.
WSB. The rain has moved out of Douglasville, but we still have
I'll
rain
move
on
you out of
County and
Douglasville.
Austell. Cobb County now covered with the heavy rain activity from Powder Springs into Marietta, Kennesaw, extending up into Cherokee County. 575 from Woodside into Holly Springs. We're dealing with the heavy downpours at this time. The rest of today will have partly to mostly cloudy skies, high 83, with more pop-up showers and thunderstorms this afternoon, lows tonight in the mid-60s. Currently it is 66 degrees in Douglasville, 67 in Austell, 67 degrees in Sandy Springs. Meteorologist Christina Edwards, 95.5 WSB.
Fair warning here, this is pretty brutal. 6:01, our top local story. Metro Boy's alleged abuse comes to light as his parents' trial gets underway. WSB's Veronica Waters says this is in Spalding County. She begins her in-depth team conference telling us the boy's only 10 years old.
The rooms of the young boy's brothers and sisters were colorful, neat, with clothes in closets and toys on shelves. His bedroom had a mattress on the floor with no bedding, a puppy pad, and a single book. Light bulbs in the bedroom and bathroom were removed. He had no towels, soap, toilet paper, shower curtain, or hot water handle. Jurors learned the well-stocked kitchen downstairs had a keypad lock on it. His got emotional, describing how the 37-pound 10-year-old ate all they gave him until full, but panicked as they tried to take the rest of that food out of his sight. Veronica Waters, 95.5 WSB.
And I'm WSB Boston Ellis.
They're not trying to make us lonely, but that's the upshot. But that's the upshot. Exactly. It's not a conspiracy. It's just a book. We simply structure a moment. One simple things like that. Listen, I mean, we all do it about that. At least when I'm watching TV, I'm sitting next to my wife. When I'm wearing a Pro headset, I'm all alone. When I'm looking at Twitter and doom scrolling, it's just me there. No, that's right. And the thing that's bothering me most right now is I know that you're on top of this, there's thinking about it, ask me some
else made sense, but it was after you started to see what the problem was that you were solving.
Just because there are going to be things that we miss and things we can't possibly anticipate doesn't mean that the act of it doesn't mean that it's foolish to think that the creators of new technologies should be engaged in a process of trying to predict the potential harms of what they're creating and solve it for that. Like, I think that is the least someone can do.
Especially considering just how much money.
Yeah.
Money owns everything. You can afford to put aside a little bit of that. You know, like we don't need to make all the money. Well, but I think the canonical example is the atomic bomb. And people built it, you know, kind of different about.
you get to drive the car as fast as you want to.
Yeah,
Doesn't
that's a good point.
Great. You know, I actually, I was talking to mathematicians the other day. Fascinating. You know, not to get my show, but it's my whole social life science.
You know, look away, my friend.
You know what I mean? Like, that's all I ever talk to. Anyway, so this husband and wife mathematician, politician, physical science, if you will, who studied like whether democracy would work, like mathematically. They have been using ChatGPT as like a sort of thought partner in both the math they do and in the political science questions they do. And they were saying how awesome it is as that, but that they also prefer to treat it like a drunk friend, because it will occasionally just make something up. It will look great, but it will just make something up. And I'm realizing, wow, but it really takes like the training of a PhD to recognize that mistake and make like judgments. I thought about this thing, like maybe they're just tiers of responsibility. It's so in your car example, right? The auto manufacturer can't limit the speed of the car, true, but they can't make everybody safe. You're responsible for your car, and I think that we've got to recognize that there is a stack of responsibility to all of these things. And so just saying that the maker of the original model, the example I always give, because it's a drinking game, is Gutenberg, that if you told Gutenberg that he has to be responsible for everything that you all press, he couldn't. And in a sense, it's the same. So the areas of trouble will have responsibility. First is everything that you press. Particularly science. And finally is walking. And Foucault would argue, and that's something on this show, I would argue that was a lot of evolution, of the author, the limiter of responsibility. And so responsibility plays a role in this. Now, think about the thing I'm on is, those who choose to ask an obnoxious question to get obnoxious output should be held responsible for that. That's the case of right now. Right now, and you see that we can't have
he offers his guests these it's like a stick of butter blended into a cup of coffee.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, bulletproof coffee?
Yeah.
Hold on. Speaking of Joe Rogan.
Stick of butter and coffee. Oh,
Yeah, that's
God.
Whenever I come to Florida, my father asks me if I want Joe Rogan's Neurogum. Just
no.
his promoter. I said, but it's got caffeine in it, so you know.
I mean, this
Sorry,
is the thing. And so
continue.
I'm suddenly wired out of my head and have to use the bathroom the whole time, basically. And I'm stuck on there for 3 hours. I had no idea. I had no idea that was going to be. It is an endurance sport.
I want to get more on this. I didn't realize you'd been on Rogan. Wow, that's crazy.
I was dodging conspiracy theories all the time. He asked me questions like, how does it work? And I'm they've all got laptops in front of them, but I didn't know I should use my laptop, so I could look things up. I was like, oh, you're just not going to look up top red. I have to go look up my head.
Neurogum. Someone else's. Listen, I don't recommend this product. I do not endorse it, but I will be chewing caffeine gum this year.
Oh no, she's got to get wired. Basically, he's selling gum with caffeine. That's really.
Not even Joe Rogan. My dad describes it as Joe Rogan's Neurogum. It's
Well, he probably
just
sells it on the ad.
I guess he probably sells it.
Ads for. You know what I do ads for? I do ads for good products. Like, for instance, today, Zscaler, the leader in cloud security. Now, this is the bad news. Hackers are using AI just like everybody else is. The problem is it's making them more adept, faster. It's taking little script kiddies who don't know what the heck they're doing and turning them into superior 10x hackers. And what are they doing? They're trying to break into your company. AI is powering innovation, drives efficiency, but unfortunately also helps bad actors deliver more relentless and effective attacks. Phishing attacks over encrypted channels. Get this. This is like over, encrypted messaging. Increased 34.1% last year, fueled by the growing use of generative AI tools. And now they've got something called phishing as a service. It's your worst nightmare, right? Organizations in every industry, from small to large, are now having to leverage AI for their defense. They use it to increase employee productivity with public AI for engineers, with coding assistants, marketers, with writing tools, finance, spreadsheet, AI, formulas. They're using it to automate workflows for operational efficiency across individuals and teams. They're embedding AI into applications and services that are customer and partner facing. And ultimately, AI is helping them move faster in the market and gain competitive advantage. But companies still have to rethink how they protect their private and public use of AI, how they defend against these AI-powered attacks. Chief Information Security Officer for New York State Department of Education. Firewalls and VPNs give you public discounts to expose your attack surface, and they're no match for these hackers in the AI era. It's time for a modern approach. Zscaler's comprehensive zero trust architecture plus AI ensures safe public AI products, protects the integrity of private AI, and stops AI-powered attacks. You can thrive in the AI era with zero trust with Zscaler. Zscaler, zero trust plus AI. Stay ahead of the competition. Remain resilient even as threats and risks evolve. Find out more at zscaler.com/security. That's zscaler.com/security. security. Thank you so much for your support of intelligent machines, and you support us when you go to that website that way. I saw it here, zscaler.com/security. Our guest is Jacob Ward. Jake wrote the
Yeah, there's boxes like this everywhere.
Look at that sign right here. That's Hyatt, DC. If you don't know what you're doing, then stay out of this cabinet. What the hell is that? Oh my God!
I will never drive a car without a backup camera, and I don't even have kids. I hit things all the time.
And if you buy a new car today, you will always have a backup camera in it.
You know what else?
Society decided this, and I think that's the big lesson.
Same thing happened with leaving kids in the car. Almost all the cars.
Yes.
I started noticing that a couple of years ago. My car would say there's something in the back seat.
The car? That's right. That's right. That's right. And so I just think like the lesson is, people like to say, oh, there's nothing to be done, or we can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, or any of that stuff. I just think, we are great at putting the toothpaste back in the tube. We put the toothpaste in the tube to begin with. Like, we're really good at solving these kinds of problems. It just takes longer than we think, and we won't do it for money. We'll only
just say it's going to hurt kids and you're safe.
Well, that's right. I mean, common human decency, and if we just let the money making drive us, that's not going to solve.
That's a very nice, hopeful way to end the show. The book, and I want to not the show, but the interview. I really want to get you back, Jacob. You're fantastic. I wish you well with your podcast. Good. TheRipCurrent.com. It covers the big hidden forces just beneath the surface that are threatening to pull us all out to sea. It's also what the book is about, and I cannot recommend it more highly. Somehow it snuck under my radar when it came out in 2021. People should be reading it because you're right. You kind of saw it ahead of time.
I had one reviewer say, "Oh, this book." I got pretty good reviews, but one person said, it's it's like it's kind of conjecture. It's paranoid. It's like, how about a beat? I wish I'd been more paranoid.
Technology is creating a world without choices and how to fight back. Roger McNamee said the best book I've ever read about AI, which is pretty high praise.
Not very kind.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Leo, and Jeff. That's
so nice to meet you. Thank you, Jake. Jacob Ward, everybody. You saw him on CNN, Al Jazeera, NBC, and now at Joe Rogan, and now right here. See, that wasn't as bad. We should offer him some NeuroGum, though, because...
I will say I'm buzzing, unfortunately. I've consumed a cup of coffee's worth of gum, and it's
I want some NeuroGum.
I want some. Listen, this is not an endorsement of NeuroGum. Don't purchase it. It's here, and I always remember it when I'm visiting my father and doing this podcast, because it's within a few feet. And
here's some NeuroGum for you, honey.
The first time, it was like Thanksgiving, I went up and I was like, I'm not feeling well. Turns out, the reason I wasn't feeling well is I was taking one of those antibiotics you're not supposed to drink on, and I was drinking on it, so I was, but he was like, you should have some NeuroGum.
So you were saying this all along, huh?
And it didn't hurt. It didn't hurt any worse than what I did, I guess.
Hey, I just wanted to show you, last week, of course, we had Harper Reed on, who we will have back. He was fantastic. He persuaded me to try this command line-based Claude Code, which is a beta product from Anthropic that does the coding with you. So I installed it, and I gave it, as an example, one of the problems I was a little bit stuck on in the advent of code. Now, I write in a language that I would consider maybe a little too hard for Florida commonplace English language. Not only did it figure it out in seconds. This is its solution, literally in seconds. And then I was able to ask it a few questions to say, could you add some tests to that to improve test coverage? It did. When it had a problem, by the way, the whole way through, at least you don't see this in the transcript I'm showing it. It would ask me, okay, do you want me to make those changes? So it wasn't doing this without my approval. It was showing me exactly this. And then it said, oh, I found some test failures. Let's fix that. It literally, not only saw the code, it edited the code. It edited it in Common Lisp. It ran it through my Common Lisp interpreter, which it somehow figured out I had, and was able to fix all the bugs. It came up with the answer. It was remarkable. In fact, Darren Oki, who is one of our coders, we talk about him all the time, and who is an advent of Code Whiz. He's a professional coder. That's 500 stars. He said 10 years the max. He said, I may not do it next year.
Diesel bro.
Fun out of it. I mean, I'm not sure I would want to solve it this way. So now it's saying, do you want to proceed? I'm going to say yes. It does this all on the command line using bash. It is very impressive, and it cost about a nickel. By the way,
Tree goes. Another tree goes.
Another tree goes down. It's pretty impressive. Anyway, I wanted to say when I got
Rolling coal. Goodbye, Diesel bro. May the Lord keep you.
When they said, hey, we're going to be an AI first company. You probably use Duolingo, an app that teaches you languages. We talked about this with Paul yesterday, earlier today actually, on Windows Weekly. He likes Duolingo. They've doubled the amount of content in the matter of a few days by declaring themselves an AI first company. And instead of using contractors to create their lessons, they're using AI to generate them. And they've generated, I think, 148 new lessons. He also, by the way, sent this to an email to all his staff and said, don't worry, we're not going to fire you right away.
We're going to fire some other people first.
He said, we're going to begin
the people without the benefits, without the
hiring and
security.
employee performance reviews. This isn't about replacing duos with AI, he said. It's about removing bottlenecks. So we want you.
Made up by people.
Right. It's a creative work in real problems. Just not, you don't need tasks anymore.
And he said that every, they want to hire anybody, they've got to answer why this can't be done.
Yeah, we'd rather move with urgency, he said, and take occasional small hits of quality than move slowly and miss the moment. That's exactly what Jacob was saying. It's just, okay, we'll do it. We give in.
But in some measure of sympathy for them, Google just announced a new AI lab thing where they're doing language stuff now.
Yeah, so the first thing I saw this when our favorite Notebook LM announced that they could do those little podcasts they do with your data in 50 other languages.
What do the voices sound like?
I don't know. I'm surprised you haven't turned it into German. You speak German. Take your Notebook LM results and say, hey, can you do that in German for me? The age of the real-time deep fake fraud is here. This is from 404. Joseph. I love 404. They're doing such good work. Fraudsters.
That's fantastic work.
Yeah, are able to change their race, facial hair, voice, and more during live video calls with very little effort.
Oh, one of those photos is scary up there. That one top right, the woman on the phone is terrifying.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, to be honest with you. At least now I saw you're way more gorgeous and more beautiful than you were in the photo you sent me. An older white man with a graying beard says during a Skype video call. He's talking to an elderly woman who appears to be in her car staring into the phone's front-facing camera. She laughs at the compliment. The smiling man comes contributions and security to keep you safe.
Dad, come on. Nobody in this whole fucking town can drive.
She is being the bearded man does not exist. He's a real-time deep fake. The person behind him this is nobody calling romance. And you can see how it works. has data stores everywhere, on-prem, in the cloud, in all different formats.
So I included a second one in case any of those tunnel heads out there really wanted.
We need it.
This is a glimpse inside of the mountain tunnel that carries water to Southern California. And it's a lot of tunnel pictures.
It's a lot of money for the LA Times, too. So some guy, I don't know, should you be walking down this tunnel?
Well, there's no water in it. I suppose it's all right. But it's a pretty important tunnel.
It's 13 miles through the mountain. Oh, it's shut down for maintenance right now.
Yeah. It's recently, so the Metropolitan Water District recently offered visitors a look inside the tunnel. Because
this is how they steal water from Colorado, I might add.
Well, you know.
This is, by the way, I just want to point out, the people in Arizona and Colorado, it's a little dry in Arizona right now. You wonder why? Because the Colorado
more like data centers to process all of your dumb AI searches.
Oh, it's my fault.
It's your fault. You're the one stealing water from Colorado. And you should be ashamed.
There is a little bit of a battle, I think, over the water in the Colorado River, which isn't that close to LA.
I do think it's a really interesting question of, with all of this money and time and resources that we are pouring into developing homegrown American AI, where are we going to get the water from? Because these data centers need massive amount of water, and it needs a massive amount of resources to process that water once it is used to cool down whatever they're called, the stacks of computers in the data centers. And it's very interesting because I haven't gotten about this personally, but I'm sure there's an answer out there. A lot of these data centers are being built in very warm places like Arizona because there's like space for it, but that also carries the problem of not a lot of water and not a lot of cool days.
Yeah, that's a good point. Elon's been using Elon's gotten a little bit of trouble because Grok is using gas generators to power its operations centers.
Gas from the electric car guy?
And and neighbors are going, those generators are running day and night. All right, Jeff, that was a good story. Thank you for the tunnels. A little tunnel time. Jeff, you got a story for us?
Well, let's start with a similar light moment, line 97.
Okay. Let me go to line 97. I was sucked into some Leo bait.
They talked about this on Twit this week.
Oh, they did. Okay.
It was our title. You can't lick a badger twice. So I think this is actually one of the reasons I find AI endearing. It wants to make you happy.
Exactly.
Last week, the phrase, "you can't lick a badger twice," unexpectedly went viral on social media, writes Kyle Orland in Ars Technica. The nonsense sentence, which was likely never uttered by a human before last week, was the poster child for the newly discovered way Google searches AI overviews, which we've all got now, can make up plausible sounding explanations for anything. People would post a saying and then ask, what does it mean? And Google would obligingly say, well, for instance, the idiom, "you can't lick a badger twice," means you can't trick or deceive someone a second time after they've been tricked once. It's a warning that if someone has already been deceived, they're unlikely to fall for the same trick again. Licking, in this context, means to trick or deceive someone. A badger is a wild animal. And the phrase likely originates from the historical sport of badger baiting, where dogs were used to harass badgers.
What was the phrase that Paris had to translate for us before?
Dripped out?
Yeah. Why don't you ask ChatGPT what that means then? Let's see.
Well, I'm sure we'll give you the actual answer.
Let's pick up a fake saying.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, what should our fake idiom be?
I know. You can bring a podcaster to the water, but you can't make it dripped out.
Oh, what does that mean? Yeah.
No, we have to ask it, like, what does this mean? I don't know.
What?
What does this old-timey saying? Let's see. Oh, see, they've taken it out. AI safety strikes again. See, that's the problem with you.
Wow.
Guardrails. Take some fun out of life.
Guardrails. We're going to go to AI mode and see what AI mode says.
Guardrail is a new word for woke.
Oh, here it is. Here's what it means. Oh, you know what? They're smart. The original proverb, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. The podcast version is saying playfully applies the same principle to podcasts and technology. You can provide a podcast with a strong internet connection, but you can't force a listener's unreliable internet or phone to maintain a consistent connection and avoid dropouts. Oh, I said you can't make
Did you
it drink.
type dropped out?
Oh, I said dropped out from pooped out. There you go. Oh, well.
Wow.
This is stupid. Anyway, I think this is a cute and adorable feature of AI.
And also, you can lick a badger once. Absolutely. If you lick a badger once,
it's probably
do
dead.
another one.
Right.
Lick me once. And,
I was going to say, all the barriers to licking a badger are overcome in licking it the first time. The second time, you have practice, you have experience, you are ready.
you are trained.
You are brilliant. Absolutely right. So the Leo bait you put in there, apparently I'm not alone in having an AI listen to my every word. Our good friend and beloved personal technology columnist at the Wall Street Journal, Joanna Stern,
Always first person.
it's always about Joanna, has been using Bee, which is cool, and a few others. She has connections because I couldn't get limitless speed. And
Yeah, you paid for it, didn't you?
I paid for it, but I haven't gotten it yet, so I'm happy about that.
Does she note that in her review?
Maybe they gave her one. You think, I recorded everything I said for 3 months. AI has replaced my memory. I said, Be limitless and plug wearables record everything you say and use AI to provide summaries to news and slightly terrifying glimpse of the future. There's the bee. She's wearing it right there. I've been wearing a wire everywhere since February. Oh, I've been doing it since January, Joanna. Within hours of wearing the bee, I was blown away by how quickly it turned ramblings and random chatter into actionable, useful information. To allow me to quote myself from February 24th, 5:15 p.m., this bracelet is really effing creepy. I'm a little, actually, we had the bee founders on, early on in the show. I'm a little disappointed that it hasn't made any progress since then. Like, it's pretty much just continuing to do the same thing. And I don't know if that's a limitation of what AI can do with all this bountiful content I'm providing. I don't know. I'm not paying for
I like that she notes, though, these apps recap your conversations, often like reading a bad biography. Bee summary from April 9th. Joanna's day was a blend of familiar responsibilities and intense professional engagements. She ended the day by listening to music by Sting. Riveting stuff. Can't wait for the movie adaptation.
That's pretty much the kind of thing that I get.
It always reminds me of my kids' nursery school reports.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very much like that.
Jeffy had a good day.
Okay. Let's see. I'm just curious what. Let me just read what B is saying. It won't have an analysis of my day today. I don't think. Let me see. Yeah, let's do yesterday. Yesterday, April 29th, was a tech day, tech-filled day, blending conference strategies.
What day is it?
Apple innovation and lively podcast banter. Let's see if I can show you this.
I do enjoy that she has a breakdown of how Limitless recorded her talking to her dog, Bowser. And it includes things like a timeline of someone scolded Bowser for chewing something. Speaker 1 said, Bowser, what are you doing? Can you not chew your whatever? Browser.
Yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing the beast says.
At the end of the day, you pay for that free phone 3 times over. There is a better way. Car Talk
up toward Clarkston, Highway 7.
Security advisor position was not a Senate confirmed position, unlike the other cabinet members, so he didn't go through this. That position is one that the president just named somebody, and then they serve the pleasure of the president. So he hasn't gone through the ringer like that up on Capitol Hill. He's a former House member, not from the Senate, so he's familiar with everybody up there, but this will be a different time for him to go up there now in the wake of the signal chat incident.
I heard the vice president interview yesterday saying that this was a promotion for Walls. Is this a promotion?
You know, it's interesting. I think Vance has a good point where he says that Trump has fired a lot of people, but he doesn't give them Senate confirmed appointments afterwards. You know, it's not a terrible job. You know, you're still a very significant position in the administration. It's based out of New York. You're not in the White House. You know, you're not there in the daily conversations with the president like he would be right now. But, you know, Vance's point is correct because he's not just a throwaway job, and he's not getting fired out of the administration. We were very careful reporting this yesterday, saying that he was out of his job as National Security Advisor while we waited for official word from the president to be an indication that he was not getting, you know, tossed out of the whole administration entirely.
In the meantime, St. Mark Rubio is going to, I guess, be the interim national security advisor. Those are two big jobs he's going to have to do at one time.
Yeah, and you know, he's not the first person to do this. Henry Kissinger, back in the Nixon administration, had those two same jobs, Secretary of State and National Security Advisor. But he is wearing a lot of hats. His spokesperson said that yesterday during the State Department briefing, and she got word that the president had pushed Waltz out of the National Security Advisor position and was making these changes. Tammy Bruce, the State Department spokesperson, seemed to have no heads up that this was coming. She was caught by surprise, and she said it was the miracle of modern technology and social media. She called it an exciting moment in the briefing.
Final question for you, Karen, and you might not have an answer on this, but now that Walls is out as NSA director and he's now headed to the UN, or the confirmation of the UN, as far as the signal chat stories go, does this take some of the heat off Pete Hegseth now?
Maybe, or it puts more heat on him just because he's the last one standing of that group. I mean, of the ones who were controversial related to the signal chat. The president has been very complimentary of him recently, though he did make kind of a jab at him in the cabinet meeting on Wednesday when he went to introduce him. He was the first person to speak. He was sitting next to the president, and the president said, you know, okay, Hegseth, the least controversial member of my cabinet. Very much clearly a joke. Cabinet all liked it, laughed.
Couple of big takeaways from the Wall
Godspeed, Marco. Godspeed. All right, when we come back, we've got good news on the April jobs reports. We're going to update our top local stories. And coming up, 10:18, I'm going to give you another keyword in the 5K day bonus split. Stay with us, friends. It's the Mark Aram Show at 95.5 WSB.
I love my home, and now I found a company that loves it as much as I do. CE Certified Electrical Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Chris Chandler here. These folks know great service starts with a job well done and ends with a smile. I found all that out for myself as a customer. It was a 5-star customer experience. Every step
texted him. By the way, the Piccadilly text line, oh, Gloria, I'm so sorry. Dan said he absolutely would have given you the ticket. I'm so sorry.
You need to ask around because someone in sales also had extra tickets and they were trying to pass them on. And I didn't know it's a school night.
You know what? Now that you mentioned it, our sales buddy Dave offered me a ticket.
Yep.
But it was the middle of the week. Now, this wasn't last minute. Gandhi's was last minute. Nicole was like, hey, next week. And it was like in the middle of the week. I'm like, I can't, man. It's a school night. I can't. I got to get up too early to sweat out this show. But that's 2 Pearl Jam
got the social media links. Follow me around Instagram and TikTok. Dwayne, you're going to be the first caller on the show today. Welcome to the Eric Erickson Show. How are you?
Good, good. Thanks for taking my call. First off, I want to say I'm one of Trump's many biggest fans, and I also want to say that I took enough economics in college that I can kind of follow what's going on with all this stuff. But it's like you're at a football game. You're just in the stands anyway watching what's going on. But I like the way that Dagan McDowell on the Fox Business Channel characterized what's going on right now. He said that Trump has us driving a Nolan pickup truck down a country road at night with no headlights on. And he said, no worries, I know where we're going. I thought that was funny.
That's not a bad look at it. You know, I did ask, or I did know that, I should say not ask, I did know that my trustee,
says they responded to that call and received threats at 4 other elementary